So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Find a vein, drain the black gold. Hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
In 1948, the natives were expelled from from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled, from the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand, by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 1967, Israel did invade to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Riverboat Jack, That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, 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 everyone. How are we doing today? How we doing? How we doing? How we living? How we doing? Hello. How y'all doing? Hello, Ashley, Jay Curtis. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Temporal Wizard. Hello, Hammock. Hello, Jess. Hello, Two Dad Smoochin. Hello, Cursed Chaos. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Insects Appeal. Hello, One-Eyed Heathen. Hello, what? Hello, Buffalo Guy 1991. Hello, Benjamin Kessler. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Josh. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Red Dawn. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Hello, Erica. Hello, Hexahedron. Hello, Superjet Guy. I don't remember if I said hello to Nine-Tailed Witch, so you get two if I did already. Hello, Nyan Rat. Hello, Kaname Kun the Alpher. Hello, the Knifiest Duck. Hello, Heck8 300. Hello, Kraken Pill 2, the sequel to Kraken Pill 1, the Krakening. Hello. How we doing today? I should tweet out that the stream is happening. And by tweet, you know what? I have made like an executive decision that I'm just going to refer to posting on like the short form social media apps as tweeting. I don't think Elon Musk gets to own that word anymore. It's mine. I've taken it. I hold power over it, and I tweet on Blue Sky now, and no one can tell me I don't. If you don't like the stream, then these two innocent people are gonna collide. Oh no, they're trains! God. Here, we gotta get the girls girlin'. Okay, we gotta get the girls girlin'. Okay, there we go. Nailed it. Whew! I skied on Blue Sky. You would. Hello, Splintered Orion. Convince my mom to join me to protest on the 22nd? Hell yeah! That's a big win. I'm enraged. That makes sense. I had to take a rage depression nap. My feelings were too big, and it overwhelmed my brain, and I had to sleep. So that was my series of events today. It looks all right. Do. Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships right off the bat. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Hell yeah. There we go. Oh, hooga, 2 dads kissing. I've been in a pretty bad place today, I'm not gonna lie. Today is not the day to test me. I'm gonna be probably a bit prickly, to say the least. Can I just say I'm extremely pissed off? You can. I will allow it. Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg. The trifecta. Here we go. Post. Is this about the embassy attack? Is what about the embassy attack? I gotta be, I know it's callous. In the grand scheme of things that I care about, that is very, very low on the list. Like, of the grand scheme of things that I feel like are really bad about today, that's maybe like number 6. Like, we're at like number 6. Again, Mr. Anderson, thank you for greening up the chat. And like, I gotta be honest, like, we live in a country where we have mass shootings literally every day, and it's just kind of like, it's a big deal. Like, I'm not gonna say it's not a big deal, and it's gonna be used to do a lot of really horrible shit. But there are a lot of other things that are bad today. How bad was today? Today is maybe one of the worst days so far? Question mark. So we'll talk about it. I'm here, but got home only a few minutes ago from a mental health support group. Yes, do some self-care, Metal Kitty Mom. Also, hello, Rat Negative. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Plant. Hello, Travis T. Do I write a strongly worded email? Yeah. But, like, not just one strongly worded email. Like, I don't know, 50? And then send them every single day to your elected members in the Senate? We'll talk about it. And then do a lot of other things too, but we'll get there. All right, we're gonna start with some lighter news because I need that. I need some lighter news, and like, I gotta be honest here, guys. There's not a lot of great news. Okay, I spent time looking for it, and there's just not a lot about it. Okay, there's just not a lot. So here we go. So, folks, do you remember a few years ago there was like a ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal, and it was called the Evergreen, and it caused like global supply chain issues? Do you guys remember that? We had a bunch of memes about the supply ship. It was a whole like thing. People rallied around it. They made jokes. It was fun. Well, I guess there is a new version of that, except that it's not quite as serious, not going to cause nearly as much global supply chain disruption. But essentially a ship, a large shipping ship, like full of, containers, ran aground in Norway right next to somebody's house. And dude has just been mugging photos with this ship, and it's kind of wonderful. Here's a picture of the overhead view. Just just to give you an idea. Like, it's literally right next to his house, and no one got hurt. No one got hurt. Like, no major damage has been done. It's just stuck for a little bit. But like, dude's just like, ain't that some shit? Look at that. I wake up and there's a gosh darn tanker in my yard. Yeah, this guy leveled up his riverboat game, or fjord boat game. Not quite sure. But like that's the view from their house. That's out the front window of their house. Imagine you're steering that ship and you're just like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and you just like barely miss the house. Everyone's fine, no major damage done. That's nice. Fjord boat George. Yeah. Jorg. How exactly did the boat get there? I don't know. Steering kerfuffle. Wind, tides. They go in and out. Can't explain that. This ship news feels really good, doesn't it? Isn't it just nice?
That ship is pining for the fjords.
The same way the children yearn for the mines, the ships yearn for the fjords. Yeah, did you have a cup of sugar? Exactly. I don't know. I think it's I think this is dynamite. I like it a lot. As far as like extremely low stakes, like I guess like it'd be a catastrophe for like the like the skipper of this boat, but like I don't know, no one got hurt. It's fine. Maybe he'll be demoted. He'll have to swab the deck. I don't know. I love the expression on this guy's face. Yeah, isn't it very memeable? He's just kind of like, "Aw, geez. Another one?" Like, this is just an average Sunday for him, like an average weekly inconvenience. Doesn't hit as strong as plugging up a canal sideways. It's true. Don't hit the same. But sequels rarely do. I like him. I bet he's cool. I bet like just like the collars like slightly askew, one collar in, one collar out. I bet this guy makes like a really good like Mickey Mouse pancake. That's the vibe I get.
Masterful shitpost.
We support ship posting here. We should we ship post every day here on the Riverboat Jack stream. So, like, I know that's not like the biggest news story of the day, but like, I don't know. I think we need to like do a little bit of an ease into the news of the day, He looks like a Half-Life character. He does look like a Half-Life scientist, it's true. Freeman, is that you? Anyway, now you know the latest ship post, and you're welcome. There we go. First segment of the day done. Doesn't that feel nice? Doesn't that feel like kind of good inside? We got like a little thing. Erica, I saw the Awuga redeem. I've already redeemed it. I'm one step ahead of the game. Sometimes I'm even 3 steps ahead of the game. You're having a ham dinner? Nice. rat negative and capable of feeling good inside. That's fair. Can we just stay on that segment? No, unfortunately. Additional good news, everybody. Because I didn't just have one bit of good news. I have multiple bits of good news. Okay? I might even sprinkle some of them in throughout the stream. Okay? So, folks, Mahmud Khalil still, unfortunately, in ICE custody. However, yesterday a judge ordered that he be allowed to visit with his wife and lawyer for the first time in person. And today, he was able to hold his newborn son for the first time. And yeah, he also got to make his argument for asylum in front of an immigration judge, and it was noted by reporters for every time the newborn cooed, he would look over and smile, even as he was describing the potential deadly fate that awaited him should he be deported. So, like, it's not great on the one hand, but I feel good for him today. Like, dude is in an insanely difficult situation, and his wife with their newborn traveled 1,500 miles in the hopes that, like, they would be able to see him and he could hold his his child. And it's just really nice that actually worked out. I know that there's like a lot of things going wrong with our systems. And honestly, from the judge's order, there were some concerns that potentially, ICE would be insanely dickish and not actually allow him to like have physical contact with his newborn. But that didn't happen. And he was able to hold him, and it was good. It was, like, good things can still happen. All right, it's part of the small victory, exactly. Worldo. Okay, I'd be worried if I was them. Yeah, but you know what? And I think this is something that I think we're all becoming increasingly aware of. The more you are steeped in worry and concern, like, the more you need to like stop and smile sometimes. The more important it becomes to take joy where you can find it. Like, that's, when I say like joy in a sense is revolutionary, that's kind of what I mean. Like, you need that in order to keep you going, like, otherwise you just implode like a dying star. It's not good to just be unable to like get your energy from somewhere. Okay. Yeah, even though things might be really bad, you still got to smell the flowers sometimes. And we're all here for you, Erica. And if you need to talk, I think I'm almost positive people on the mod team will be able to get in contact with you if you need to get some stuff off your chest. There's always something good somewhere. Exactly, Dragonfly. Have I seen JoJo's? I have not. I plan to. I watched the first season and bounced off of it really, really hard. And I've been told that apparently after the first season it gets much, much better. So I'll give it another shot soon. Relatedly, we're not actually done with the segment, despite me answering about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I need you guys to understand kind of where we're at with deportations and where the Trump administration is kind of at, right? And I need you guys to understand that they are desperate right now, and that's putting them in a bad spot with deportations, right? One-Eyed Heathen, I'm not sure why it's not reading your dono message, but thank you for the $10 super chat. I will read your dono message off when we get through this segment. However, you can tell how desperate the Trump administration is here, because you know how I told you you need to give like your supporters special treats if you're going to be like a fascist regime that's successful, right? You need to like give them the treats. Well, essentially what Donald Trump has done with ICE and Border Patrol is give them a huge amount of quotas to meet. And what that is now leading to are ICE agents waiting at immigration courts to just arrest people who are following the law, who are doing, going to their court dates, doing all that stuff. They are, going after the easiest targets because they just, well, frankly, they don't know where else to go. They don't know where else to get these undocumented immigrants, right? And that's why they're being real sticklers for this stuff. And, this is also why they are doing crazy stuff, like sending people to concentration camps like CCOT in El Salvador, where people get tortured. This is why they're trying to make deals with Mongolia, and why they've apparently preliminarily made a deal with South Sudan. We haven't talked about this, and I will talk about it more in depth on a new day, but essentially to give you guys a mini update, as far as I understand it, a bunch of Southeast Asian people who were in the country, allegedly undocumented, though I don't know if they got due process at all, because, well, they did not get due process. I can tell you that for sure. They were taken and deported to South Sudan. And by deported, again, I mean kidnapped and taken to South Sudan, because, again, none of them are from South Sudan or any countries remotely close to South Sudan. And presumably they are there to be held in some kind of facility in South Sudan. And for those of you who don't know that much about South Sudan, it is not a terribly politically stable country. It is not the situation is not great there. And again, we'll go more in depth on that on a new day. And a judge was able to intervene yesterday in order to like try and ascertain what exactly was going on. And all the Southeast Asian people were being held on the plane, on the tarmac, and the government is trying to argue that like they can do their reasonable fear of deportation hearings from South Sudan. Like it's very, very weird. The situation is bizarre. Let me pull something up for you guys here related to that, if I have it handy. South Sudan. I've been reading a lot of legal stuff, so I have just like this pile of legal stories to get through. Here it is. Basically, today, ICE told Judge Murphy, who is overseeing this case, that even the spokesperson for the South Sudanese police threatened to relocate these Southeast Asian people to another country. So like they're currently in South Sudan, and the police there are saying, well, if you don't move them off the plane, we're going to take them and send them to a different country. And, at that point, ICE would lose custody of them, and that would obviously be a problem with the court. And however, ICE also tells the judge, don't worry. Don't worry about the South Sudanese police taking these people, because none of these Southeast Asian men have adequately expressed their legit fears of, deportation. So, like, wherever they get sent by the South Sudanese police, like, It's fine, because they're not afraid. Which is maybe one of like the most insane arguments I've ever heard in my life. Okay. And I'm not in. I gotta be honest. Like that's where things stand. The last I heard, that was ICE's argument. And I understand that the discussion is going to be ongoing over the next like day or so. Which is why I'm not ready to fully talk about this story. But it's insane, right? And like you have to wonder and ask yourself, why is this administration doing these insane things, right? Like, when it comes to these stories, it's partially true that cruelty is the point, right? It's partially true that they want to use cruelty to kind of scare people from attempting to come to the United States. However, the other part of it is they want to like signal to their base that they are actually doing something, because ICE is not meeting the quotas that they are being given by Donald Trump, a moron, right? And so that leads us to kind of the third part about this, which is that, again, you need to be giving your supporters traits. There needs to be like loopholes, exceptions, etc. Like if you want this fascism thing to like work. And I'm glad that they aren't making this work. And I feel like this story that I came across today really emphasizes how much this isn't working, okay? This story comes out of Mississippi here, which is ICE arrested this man right here, okay? A Mississippi father. He's a welding foreman. He is dyed in the wool MAGA. Like he's been a MAGA guy for like the last 6 years. He has, 4 children, blonde hair, blue-eyed, the whole thing. I believe he's Danish. And like they arrested him at his citizenship meeting. He has done literally everything right to become a US citizen, and they arrested him anyway, right? And it's his name's Casper Ericson, and it's very strange. One morning, sitting in an immigration office in Memphis, Casper Ericson found himself transformed. Only a day before, he was a welding foreman, a husband and father of 4 who lived on a family farm in Sturgis, Mississippi. Now he was a detainee, bound and shackled to the sterile white seats of the detention shuttle in Tennessee, headed southwest, barely able to wriggle. So, understand that part of what is happening with part of the issue here is that under normal circumstances, ICE would never target this guy because ICE is, well, frankly, hella racist, right? The white nationalist project, the white supremacist project of ICE and, the Republican government would generally not target someone like this. Someone who is following the book, someone who is, for all intents and purposes, a family man, fully employed, well-known and liked in his community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? The reason, by the way, they are arresting him is because apparently in 2015, he failed to fill out a form. And it is a form called Form I-751, called a petition to remove conditions on residence. And this is just one of so many different forms you have to file in order to become a US citizen. And, well, basically, the reason he wasn't able to fill out that form, or, he forgot to fill out the form, is because his wife had a stillbirth. They lost their first child. And, I think when you lose your first child, or any child, that's a pretty compelling reason to miss your filing date for a form in a bureaucratic system. Okay? So like, it's not great. However, you'll notice that was 2015. That's 10 years ago. In the 10 years since then, no one has told him he needs to fill out that form. No one was like, hey, you're missing this paperwork. You should go fill that out, you know? And that is enough to, apparently in Trump's America, get you arrested, even if you are a Trump supporter, even if you are white, even if you own a family farm, even if you have 4 children, you're fully employed in your community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Again, this is not a scenario. Like, he's paid his taxes, he's done everything he's supposed to, except he forgot that one form. And it's just, again, anyone who is not, what is that form code? It's I-751. Okay? He didn't get to say goodbye to his family. He didn't get to say goodbye to his children. He has been spirited away as well, locked up in a cell with 100 other people. Okay? And yeah, it's not great. He's been able to talk with the press. Mississippi Free Press was able to talk with him for their story. However, he has lost 25 pounds since being in detention due to the conditions within the privately run holding facility where he's being detained. So, yeah, it's really, really bad. And again, this is a guy. He's a MAGA guy. He was on board with all of this until like a week ago. Wait, not a week ago. Let me get the actual date. They spoke to him May 20th. What day was he detained? On April 15th. So from April 15th to May 20th. So like a little over a month, he lost 25 pounds. That's insane. That is indeed way too fast. You will note that is a very, very short amount of time. So, yeah, they're not feeding people. Well, it isn't so much that they don't feed people, it's that they don't give them enough to eat. According to his own testimony about the conditions, they do give them food, so that's good. And like, to really emphasize how like uncommon this is, here's the description of his initial arrest. 2 hours after the Ericsons arrived at the office in Memphis, awaiting an early morning appointment with a case manager, the trap sprang. A law enforcement officer, whom Casper recalled being a U.S. Marshal, was waiting for them when the meeting began. The first stage was disbelief. Even the men who were about to collapse the Ericsons' lives seemed mortified at the circumstances. I will say the case manager in Memphis and the U.S. Marshal had a real sense of remorse because they realized it was an unfortunate circumstance, Casper said. So, like, even the officers that arrested him understood that this was incredibly outside of the norm. Yeah, no, unironically, the ICE guys were like, wait a minute, we have to arrest this white guy? With his white wife? I don't know about this. It's starting to make me feel like the bad guy if they're white. Like genuinely, there's like this sense of like, are we the baddies when they like arrest a white guy? It's kind of crazy, but I also think it's kind of revealing about like the circumstances and situation of what ICE does functionally, you know? So, yeah, I just we've got like a lot of things going on, but I want you all to understand something about these stories, which is that if things were going according to their plan, they would not be arresting guys like this. If things were going according to their plan, they wouldn't be struggling to send people to South Sudan. If things were going according to their plan, Mahmud Khalil would not be able to hold his newborn. Okay, like that's kind of where we're at. I know that a lot of these are scary stories, but understand they are not symptoms of the Trump plan or the administration's plan or Project 2025 or whatever larger Republican conservative plan you want to dig up. They are not symptoms of those plans going well. They are, in fact, symptoms of the opposite. So, like Mahmoud Khalil, takes strength in the fact that he was able to hold his newborn, because we need that strength in order to push forward. We need to continue pushing back on this. We need to continue building the environment for these initiatives to fail. And we've done that so far. We just must keep pushing forward. So, with that being said, call your elected representatives, fax them. You can use faxzero.com to fax them. Not a sponsor. You can just do it for free without a fax machine. Faxzero.com. They have a registry for all the members of Congress and governors that you can fax. That way there's a physical piece of paper there. You can also call your elected representatives with 5calls.org and gear up to protest on June 14th. So that's kind of where we're at, folks. We got No Kings Day coming up. And if you want to know more about that, nokings.org. All right. June 14th. Let's go. There we go. Segment done. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. Like, ideally, you guys should be like go to protests, keep going to those Tesla takedowns, keep up that pressure, because you know what, guys, that pressure is fucking working. You know, it is. I know it doesn't feel like it. Sometimes, like, we're each one small part of a much larger puzzle, but it is moving the needle. I know GamerG was posting some detailed charts in the Discord the other day. All of the independent support that Donald Trump rode to victory on in 2024 is completely gone. Like, it's gone. Okay? The charts be chartin', exactly. And that's because of the concerted effort to push back. And we need to keep up that energy. Okay? I have so much data you wouldn't believe. I believe it. Do you think that we should have 24-hour protests or multi-day protests? You know, if we have the logistical engine to make that possible, yes. Wait, people don't like it when you do bad things? Yeah, people generally don't like it when you do bad things. It's true. It's true. Yeah, the next big protest is June 14th, Somniostatic. Yeah, I mean, like, the data that is kind of coming out so far seems to indicate that, like, I mean, when Trump came into office, the talk in Democratic circles was maybe we can retake the House, maybe. And now, like, in Democratic circles, they're like, not only are we going to take the House, we're going to take the Senate too. So we'll see what happens. But I'm hoping that enough energy is galvanized to take the House and Senate as well. Also, hello, Gradgart Twitch or Gradgart Twitch. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but hello, Gradgart. There we go. I'm going to say that. As a reminder, 10 protests of 100 people each is more effective than one protest of 1,000 people per police and military zone admission. Absolutely, which is why it's great. I'm just going to throw this up on screen. Again, you can head over to nokings.org to host events or get talking points and toolkits. But just looking at the number of protests here for June 14th, I'd say that map is filling up pretty nicely. And I think we could do with several dozen more. So if you would like to host your own event or you find one in your area, please consider going over there and signing up. I'm going to link it in chat for you guys. And one of the things I want you all to take away from today's stream, because we're going to get to some bad shit. We're going to get to some bad shit, all right, today? I want you to remember when we talk about the bad shit, like even worse shit, that you have agency in this system, and that when we all work together, we can do a lot more than any one of us could do by ourselves, all right? And understand that the people who want you to feel powerless, the people who want to continue to crush you, the people who want to, get you lulled into inaction, they're the people who want to screw you the most. You are not powerless. You are not alone. We are millions. There are literally millions of people feeling just like you right now. Okay? So join your local Democrats, join your local DSA chapter. Let's unfuck this system together, because we can. The only thing keeping us away from the better world we all imagine and desire is mobilizing the political will to make it real. That's it. That's it. Society is one large social contract. It is what we collectively agree on. So let's just agree to something better. There are now 3 protest locations in my state instead of 1. Hell yeah, comrade girl. Now, folks, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been getting anything out of today's stream, please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible, and I wouldn't be able to do it without your support. You guys are what allow me to do what I do, and I really, really, really fucking appreciate it. 1 hour already? I know. June 14th, Josh. June 14th. Also, shout out to Mr. Anderson for being the first person to support stream today with the 5 gifted memberships earlier. And shout out to One-Eyed Heathen for the $10 super chat earlier. And I'm going to read your comment now. I've been kicking depression's ass, getting things done and opening conversations with strangers, passing out red cards, even though doing that petrifies me. I just want to be told I'm a good boy right now. You are a fucking good boy. You're not just a good boy, you're a fucking good boy. Hell yeah, I just checked and now there's one in my city. I don't have to go an hour and a half to my capital. And again, I really want to emphasize, if you don't see one in your city, make one. You can make the protest and try and get other people out to join you, okay? You can make one that is close to you. Sometimes I have the bleak thought that they'll just rig or ignore the midterms, but I refuse to believe that, because if you give up hope, that's when you're truly cooked. If they could just rig it all, Musk wouldn't have flubbed that court election. Exactly. Also, the thing that scares authoritarians away from trying to rig elections is mass participation in said elections. It is mass engagement with that electoral process. We need to make it too big to rig? Exactly. Whew. Now, folks, remember, hit that button. Hit that button. Consider injecting some BWA into the stream. I'm going to play that button song for you all right now. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Click click button. All right, good job, everybody. We've got, well, wait a minute. Is my good job premature? Was it a premature good job? Because we have 230 some people watching right now, and only 88 likes. I think we can get another, 12 likes there. I think you guys can hit 100 likes before I give you an actual good job. I rescind my good job. Population of my town is just over 1,110 people. Red area, I only know 3 other outspoken Democrats besides me. That's all right. That's 3 people willing to stand up for what's right. I clicked at 66. Other people need to step up. Agreed, Mr. Miyagi. There we go. You got over 100 likes. Good job, chat. You little rascals, you. Hello, Go Banana. Hello, M68 Ken. Also, Dan from the internet. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're just hopping into segments. We're going on some of the quick hits of the day, and we'll be talking about some good news, some bad news, a little bit of everything in between, and eventually we are going to talk about the unfortunately the most unfortunate news of the day.
I condemn the savage attack by Jim Water on that poor man. Throwing a boat at him was unprovoked. Jim should apologize.
Trains and bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, Power Report viewers. My name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics, and we're going to be talking about a slew of different topics. The Silent Siren. I'm in Georgia, surrounded by MAGA. The only people I know that aren't MAGA are online. Well, hopefully you can still make it out to the protest on June 14th. I know they are all around the country. Bet you can find some like-minded folk in your area. We just talked with the first trans city councilwoman in Ohio last night, and she was talking about how people will surprise you. You know, there are Democrats out there in deep red areas. You know, you've got your signs ready. Love that. Love that. Hi, Riverboat. I just subscribed. Oh man, I know I'm not going to be able to pronounce that. Editais X. I'm so sorry. Editais watches you, so I'm familiar with you. Well, that's awesome. I don't know who that is, but I appreciate them watching and covering my content. I mean, Callie, we outnumber MAGA here, seemingly 10-1. Excellent. Keep it up. Get it to 100-1. Are there any protests coming up this weekend? I guarantee you there are Tesla takedown protests happening this weekend. And one of the things that I think we should really emphasize is that even though Elon Musk is seemingly stepping away from politics to focus on Tesla, there's nothing that guarantees he's going to like stay away from politics. So I'm firmly of the belief that we should continue protesting Tesla and that Nazi scumbag until, you know, he's gone from our public life. Hello, Van Briggs. Also, yeah, June 14th is Donald Trump's birthday. I keep forgetting that aspect. He's just a little birthday boy, chat. Ruin his birthday. How much will each family lose in food stamps? Look, we'll talk about it in a bit, okay? Well, again, John Smith, I don't believe the segment is up yet, but check out that interview I did yesterday because, you know, Ariane is in one of the deepest red areas of Ohio as an openly out trans woman and a Democrat, and we had some really good conversations about that. All right. Hello, Lee Kessner. My boyfriend and I broke up because of this election. Lol, good riddance. That's what I love to hear. Genuinely, I love to hear that. There are so many people who, for reasons I find difficult to understand, shackle themselves to folks with ideologies that are absolutely antithetical to their values. You know, and I do mean it. Every single one of you deserves better than that. All right. Also, just, you know what? Just another little bit of good news. And I know it's not like a big thing. Do you guys remember the Da Vinci meme? Do any of you remember the Da Vinci meme? Here, let me pull it up real quick.
Who painted the
All right. It's this meme.
Who painted the Mona Lisa?
Oh,
Mona
no.
Lisa.
Oh, yeah.
Da Vinci? Who painted the
That is an incredibly famous meme from years ago, and I love it. And in my head, you know, it led to a different rating of like in between me and my partner, we have you know, we have Da Vinci brains and Da Vinci brains. And I don't know, I really like it. But I also just want to say that I found out that apparently, in a stunning turn of events, a YouTube micro celebrity turned out to not be transphobic. They're apparently going around on Twitter posting "throw dumbbells at transphobic people," and you know what? I love that. I'm here for this energy. You know, like you know, I gotta be honest, I kind of assumed that guys like this would wind up being transphobic, and maybe that's my biases showing. But like, this is delightful. This is great. I think that my estimation of them has gone up immeasurably. This is a real win for the trans community here. All right. Coming in clutch for the third act save. Yep. Yeah, no, that unironically, Uncle Gumbald, I'm also shocked that they're not like appearing on like Andrew Tate podcasts or some shit, you know? Or the whatever podcast. Da Vinci? The vanguards of dark woke. It's a real dudes rock moment. I agree, right? Isn't that just nice? You know, it's just nice. Sometimes things that are just nice can still happen, you know? Can I give some funny and potentially really important news? Go for it. This is in response to the Island Boys being transphobic. Okay, I gotta be honest, I have no idea who the Island Boys are.
Da Vinci and the brain. Narf.
Nine-Tailed Witch, thank you for the $5 dono and the Pinky and the Brain reference. I appreciate that. Sometimes dudes, look, sometimes dudes do rock. It's true. It's true. The Island Boys are incestuous brothers? What? I didn't need to know that. The House GOP are idiots who gave the Senate Dems the easiest slam dunk of 2025. I mean, we'll find out, I guess. The what? Oh, the Rhode Island Boys? They made out with each other once? Why would you do that? And if you did do that, why would you tell everyone about it? Gross. Okay, all right. Sometimes I just kind of read chat and I hit a comment that one of you makes, and I'm just like, okay, that's enough comment reading for now. Time to get back to content. And I hit that just now. All right. Oh no. Where was the missing cheese? Oh dear. My partner and I my partner and I were looking for some cheese, like a very specific cheese that we had bought like a long time ago. We couldn't find it. It was very, very much causing some consternation. And my partner just ominously texted me, I found the missing cheese, with a gif of a gif from the movie The Thing. A flamethrower scene from The Thing. Jesus. More like Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Okay. Let's go. On that note, we need to do a segment, okay? Because I know people are aroused right now. They're more aroused than they've ever been.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
So, folks, there is this idea that there is some kind of competent plan guiding the different parts of the Trump administration forward. And, they're all pursuing it with vim and vigor and, some degree of like knowledgeability and care. And I really, really, really want to emphasize that these people are colossal nitwits. They are boorish beyond belief. They are, morons. And I think that is really emphasized in some of the interviews that have been coming out recently and some of the statements that they themselves just kind of offer to the media and the public. And it's like, frankly, it's bizarre. And I know that part of it is that they feel like they have enough power to just not care. But another part of it is that they genuinely are just dumb. And that's not to say that they're not dangerous. They are. But the idiocy is good for us. Like it gives us an opportunity window that we wouldn't otherwise have if they were competent. And the other aspect that we really need to hammer home here is that, well, the dumbness, it's obvious. Like if even if conservatives see it, they're kind of like, oh shit, he's dumb as fuck. It is kind of one of those radicalizing elements that the more we get out there and make it public, the better it is for us. Because remember, and this is very important, the only person in the Republican space that can get away consistently with being both dumb and incompetent and loud is Donald Trump. That doesn't really apply to anybody else in the administration, right? So here is RFK Jr. In an interview with Caitlin Collins. I just want to play this minute-long clip here because it is, well, I think you'll get the gist.
Let me ask you about something you said when you were on Capitol Hill this week. You were asked about the lead crisis in Milwaukee schools. You told Congress, quote, "We have a team on the ground in Milwaukee." The city said that's not true and that they are still not getting the help that they want from the CDC. Do you know who is on the ground? Who
the
were
CDC
you under the impression
is giving them assistance with their labs, their analytics, and advice.
They just said one technician was on the ground.
This guy went out and said that they had a team on the ground in Milwaukee. And the city of Milwaukee had to be like, there's literally no one here. Well, the CDC is helping them. They said one technician showed up. Like it's genuinely like, I think you can all understand, even if you are biased towards conservatism, right? Even if you are a conservative at heart, dyed in the wool, you can understand that, like, that's just a lie. That's just a lie. And if one technician showed up to, like, fix and test your entire city's water supply because of suspected lead poisoning, you would also understand that that's maybe not going to cut it. Like there's, yeah, he was the John Wick of technicians. He's the John Wick of technicians. He can test all of the water. He knows exactly what he's doing. Like it's insane. Like people understand that's not really happening.
I can't tell you how many are on the ground in the city of Milwaukee, but
then why lie? Why lie?
I can tell you we are there.
But you don't know how many.
I can't tell you how many right now.
So
we are there. So the city of Milwaukee doesn't know how many people are on the ground in Milwaukee. They just have like they live goggles on, and all they see are what like liberal propaganda signs, and they just can't see the team that is sent to test their water somehow. I don't understand. Yeah, it's classified.
So this is from the Milwaukee Health Commissioner and Senator Tammy Baldwin. Yeah.
You could read my other.
If I just have to point out, right? If your defense of, well, we have 62,000 employees, it's impossible for me to keep tabs on all of them. Maybe you're not cut out to be like in charge of an entire department in the presidential cabinet. You know, like if that's too big of a job for you, then you shouldn't be doing what you're doing. Like this man shouldn't be in charge of making like a goddamn peanut butter sandwich. Like dude would, I don't know, like sexually assault the peanut butter.
Exchanges with Tammy Baldwin and anyway, I'm not necessarily believing what Senator Baldwin
So you're
is.
disputing and saying that there are more than one CDC employees
Like
on the
I said,
ground.
we have 62.
Oh, sorry, if you guys didn't understand my reference, RFK Jr. has admitted to sexually assaulting a housekeeper. He's an admitted rapist. We just apparently just collectively decided that's not a big deal. He even like issued a public apology for doing it. Like he admitted doing it. Like it's not a secret. It's not like, oh, this is an allegation that's unsubstantiated. Like, no, he admitted to doing it, and we just like collectively decided that's fine. He did what to a housekeeper? He sexually assaulted her.
2,000 employees. I'm not sure how many we have deployed to Milwaukee. I'm happy to check and give you that information.
And are you committed to? Let me ask you about something.
I don't know about this Milwaukee place. Are you maybe have you checked to see if Milwaukee is lying about that? What an insane argument. Yeah, just RFK Jr. texts apology to sexual assault accuser. Like, this was last year, okay? Yeah, apologized to a former family babysitter who accused him of sexual assault. And, accused her of groping her on several occasions in the late 1990s. I have no memory of the incident, but I apologize sincerely for everything I ever did that made you feel uncomfortable, or anything I did that or said that offended you or hurt your feelings. I never intended you any harm. If I hurt you, it was inadvertent. I feel badly for doing so. What an interesting thing to say. The Vanity Fair story, by the way, that included the sexual assault allegations, included a number of allegations about him eating dog meat during a trip abroad, several extramarital affairs, and vigorously defended a cousin who was convicted of murdering a 15-year-old girl. So that's interesting. Also, he blamed the sexual assaults on having a very rambunctious youth as a 40-year-old man. So, I have a lot of disdain for RFK Jr. and the fact that we just kind of like, as a society, just decided like, that's fine. He should be in charge of public health for some reason. Yeah, he's just an itty-bitty 40-year-old birthday boy. Okay? How dare you? How dare you point out something that he did? Now, unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, since we are opposing this administration, that is not the only example of just extraordinary incompetence on display, right? Now, I want to, for this next part, I want to ask you guys a serious question. Want to see some responses in chat. If you were out of the blue, completely unprepared, tapped to head a huge federal agency, right? And you didn't know anything about how to run it, like just knew nothing at all. What's maybe the number one thing you would not say during your opening speech to the people who work for you? What's maybe like one of the top things on that list? What would you not say to your new employees? Call them stupid. That's a good one. Don't listen to me. I had to Google this. Okay. Yep. What's the criteria? Yeah. Yeah. All valid inputs here.
Keep thinking about Trump and Vance saying, they are eating your pets. I can't stop myself from picturing RFK Jr. in my head when I think about that.
I mean, RFK Jr. literally beheaded a dead whale and like took it back to his family home while his wife and children screamed and cried in the car while vomiting at the smell. So like, you know, that's a valid thing to picture in your head when you think about that. So remember when I talked about what wouldn't you say if you were tapped to head an agency? Well, meet Frank Bisignano. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I'm just going to call him Frank. Meet Frank, everybody. Frank was just appointed as the head of the Social Security Administration, and wouldn't you know it, he has absolutely no idea what the fuck he's doing. And, you know, that's not just me saying that. That is Frank saying it. I'm going to read a quote here from his opening speech to, you know, his employees. He gave a 90-minute unscripted speech to all of his new workers. And this is just a small quote from it. I'm like, well, what am I gonna do? So I'm Googling Social Security. That's one of my great skills. I'm one of the great Googlers on the East Coast. And I just gotta stop you there, Frank, because that is maybe one of the worst things you could possibly tell lifelong employees of the Social Security Administration. You know, they don't want to know how good of a Googler you are. The fact that you have to Google what Social Security is maybe a horrifying sign of how utterly unprepared you are for this job. Okay? Yeah, I mean, like, literally, when you go up there and you talk about how you have no qualifications whatsoever, except you are a certified
Google debunkers,
then, like, maybe that's a bad sign. Maybe you shouldn't have accepted the job. You know? Just throwing that out there. Because it's just... The incompetence is endemic to this administration. It's not going to get any better here, guys. That can't be real. It has to be a bit. Not a bit. He said that to his employees. Also, and I do want to submit this to all of you with a huge boulder of salt. But one of the things that has been apparently going on behind the scenes is that everyone in the current administration is now virulently full of hatred against Elon Musk. And that's a result of all of you doing fine work with the Tesla takedown protests and essentially turning him into a political poison that, even with his vast wealth reserves, is unable to buy elections for them. And one of the funniest things I've read lately is from the New Republic. And the story is just titled, "Fuck You, Entire Trump Team Hated Elon Musk, Damning Report Reveals." And this is maybe one of the funniest goddamn things. Like, this incompetent buffoon has made literally everyone who should like him absolutely hate his guts. You know, like, it's maybe... I just want to read like a few snippets out of this because it's funny as hell. All right. I do think that, like, he's still going to be involved to some degrees. And I read a story the other day about how he's continuing to speak on different topics. Like, he's part of, like, the push behind the white Afrikaner, you know, asylum thing they've got going on, talking about white genocide, whatever. We'll get into that on a new day. But just something real quick. Small tangent. Something to be aware of this white genocide claim is that the term white genocide is, well, understand that typically when we're talking about genocide, we're not talking about, like, you know, white people being genocided, black people being genocided. You know, we're talking about like a specific ethnic group being genocided. Just as an FYI, like it'd be like Irish genocide or Swedish genocide, not white genocide. But also, the term white genocide was coined by a notorious neo-Nazi domestic terrorist here in America who served a 190-year sentence until he died for driving the getaway car in an assassination of a Jewish radio host. And he's also the guy who invented the 14 words of white supremacy, along with the 88 precepts. And if you've ever heard 1488, this is the guy who came up with that. And his name is David Lane. So just be aware that that is where a lot of this rhetoric comes from around white genocide that the Trump administration is throwing around. Just a small tangent that is incredibly relevant to what's happening today. That being said, Elon seems to be on the ropes here in regards to the current administration, right? And well, the article's incredible. Here's a part of it, right? Musk and Besant exploded at each other in April when Musk attempted to force through his pick to lead the IRS. Gary Shapley behind Besant's back. Musk eventually lost this battle. Shapley lasted less than 72 hours before Besant tapped Michael Fackender to replace him. Quote, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you," unquote. A typically mild-mannered Besant was heard shouting after Musk as they charged down the halls of the West Wing. The fights had started outside the Oval Office. It continued past the Roosevelt Room and toward the Chief of Staff's office, and then barreled around the corner to the National Security Advisor's Warren, The Atlantic reported on Wednesday. Oh, God. In March, Musk walked into what he understood to be an ambush, facing heated backlash from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins, and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Donald Trump had arranged the volatile meeting. "Bring them all in here and we'll have at it," Trump said, according to The Atlantic. The advisors were frustrated by what they felt was Musk overstepping into their agencies. Musk's tenure wasn't a total failure, according to a former federal employees. He had managed to force out some of the federal workforce at shutter agencies while traumatizing the employees who remained, The Atlantic reported. But ultimately, his Department of Government Efficiency's Silicon Valley hacking and slashing approach to reshaping the government failed to make bureaucracy more efficient, and some of his haphazardly introduced policies, such as requiring federal employees to submit weekly bullet-pointed progress reports, have quietly fallen by the wayside. He had some missteps in all of these agencies, which would have been fine because everyone acknowledges that when you're moving fast and breaking things, not everything is going to be right. But it's different when you do that and you don't even have the buy-in of the agency you're setting on fire, one outside Trump advisor told The Atlantic. Which is just like... Sorry, another quote from that advisor. A different advisor. How many people were fired because they didn't send in their three things a week or whatever the fuck it was? I think that everyone is ready to move on from this part of the administration. And I just want to really emphasize here, like, this level of incompetence is, again, it's not limited to just Elon Musk. It's not limited to just RFK Jr. It is throughout the entire Trump administration. These are all the fuck-ups of Republican society. These are people who are incapable of running things under normal circumstances, which is why they had to cozy up to Donald Trump in the first place, right? And one of the good things, and it's going to lead to bad things that the administration does, obviously, and it already has, and it will continue to do so. However, one of the kind of openings of opportunity we have is that these people are going to spend a lot of time and energy fighting each other, you know? they are going to be scrabbling at each other's throats. And even if Musk is long gone, the knives are going to be out for one another, because each one of these people has a very different idea of how things should work. You know, all of these people are out for themselves. Some of them have their pet ideological projects. Some of them have their own personal ideologies. Some of them have, you know, like family interests in different fields or whatever. Like, and they all want to be heard by the president. And they understand that Donald Trump is basically, his brain is mush. Like, they all understand they just have to get to the president first, and, well, then they can probably convince him of what they want to get done, right? And so it is, I think, important to note that the current fascistic movement that is gripping the United States is not being done particularly out of, you know, ideological unity, let's say. Like, we have a bunch of people united in kind of a variety of interests towards consolidating wealth and power, obviously, but usually for the purposes of building their own wealth. It's not necessarily because these people are true believers in a fascistic project. Some of them are. And, like, you know, Matt Miller, or not Matt Miller, what's his name? Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is one of those ideological fascists, right? And he's also maybe like the most evil person in the current administration. And so I think that one of the things we have to do once Elon is kind of more out of office, I guess, I think we need to shift a lot of our criticism and a lot of our meme machine, like the jokes and the wisecracks. We need to shift them over towards Stephen Miller, because Stephen Miller is a classic fascist in the sense that he has incredibly thin skin. Okay. And not only does he have thin skin, but genuinely, he's incapable of coming across like a real human being. Much like Elon Musk, except that instead of having Elon Musk's kind of cloying desire to be liked, Stephen Miller is just eminently hateable. He is like no normal person who sees Stephen Miller talk about the Trump administration comes away thinking that guy is normal. That guy is totally what a hinged man, you know? Yeah, literally, like I say the words Stephen Miller, and people are like, that bald fuck? That disgusting piece of trash? And that's like, I think those are kind of the sentiments that most people have if you see Stephen Miller string like 4 sentences together, you know? Are you referring to the one that looks like a thumb? Yes, the one that looks like an evil thumb. And so, like, I think that, like, you know, while we should continue to pressure Elon Musk, continue to going to those Tesla takedown events, continue calling him out for his association with the Trump administration, we should also begin pivoting a lot of our emphasis onto Stephen Miller, because Miller has been gross ferratu. I love that. I think that's great. He does look like the disgusting vampire. It's true. Miller's own family apparently described him as a sack of tentacles in a human skin suit. Literally every single person I have ever heard, like there are people I've seen talk about him, knowing him in like high school, and like they all uniformly are just like, there's something deeply wrong with him. And he's always been like that. He's always been like kind of a grotesque freak when it comes to his ideological positions, you know? And so I think that it is worthwhile to pivot towards him, because there are other members of the Trump administration that can at least pretend to be competent, that can look like they're competent. There are other members that can like come across as, you know, in a pinch, sympathetic, you know? Stephen Miller is not one of those people. There's literally no light I've ever seen him under that like makes him look good or like his body of work. And so I just think, you know, worth talking about when we're talking about how incompetent these people are, because I genuinely think for a lot of them, just talking about the incompetence is enough. For some of them, I think we need to highlight them in particular, like Stephen Miller, because otherwise he just kind of blends into the shadows. He's always looming around Donald Trump, puppeteering him. It's gross. So, I don't know. I just think, again, I just want to read a few more of these quotes about Elon Musk, okay? Musk's unceremonious exit from government followed widespread reports that several senior Trump officials practically hated the tech billionaire, finding him abrasive, unfunny, and pompous, with some describing Musk as the, quote, most irritating person, unquote, they'd, quote, ever had to deal with, unquote. A senior Trump official told Rolling Stone, I have been in the same room with Elon, and he always tries to be funny. And he's not funny, like, at all. He makes these jokes and little asides and smiles and then looks almost hurt if you don't lap up his humor. I keep using the word annoying. A lot of people who have had to deal with him do. But the word doesn't do the situation justice. Elon just thinks he's smarter than everyone else in the room and acts like it, even when it's clear he doesn't know what he's talking about. And what an excellent way to portray not just Elon Musk, but that is almost every single person in the Trump administration to a T. It's the same with RFK Jr. It's the same with all these different individuals that we've been talking about. It's the same with, they seek out guys like this because guys like this, you know, they pitch themselves as competent and they are loyal to a shocking degree because they know in their heart of hearts that they're incompetent. So they grasp onto power and try to hold it at all costs. You know, Caroline Leavitt, Alina Habba, whose like previous lawyering gig was representing her husband's parking lot company, like before she became one of the most powerful lawyers in the Trump administration. It's endemic. You know, it's endemic. There's no escaping this fatal flaw of the Trump administration. And I think, like, talking about it is worthwhile. And frankly, I think for myself, at least, it breeds a little bit of hope. So, with that being said, remember, folks, get out there, keep going to those Tesla takedown protests. You can go to teslatakedown.com to find one near you, to join other people who are doing the same thing. Also, go to nokings.org and sign up to protest on June 14th. That is the next mass mobilization day across the United States to protest Donald Trump and his administration, what they're doing with their big, beautiful bill that will cut tens of millions of people off of healthcare. And that's the day to mass mobilize, okay? That's what we're aiming for. It's Donald Trump's birthday. He's throwing a big, stupid parade about it. And we want to make the story and the narrative about the mass protests and not his stupid little parade. So if you want to shove it in that birthday boy's face, go to nokings.org, and you can either host your own event if there's no local one near you, or you can join a local one. There's even like a little kit of just different talking points if you want to pitch going to this protest to your friends, your family, your coworkers, etc. There's a lot of useful stuff over there. So again, nokings.org, sign up for that. It's very, very important. And also, folks, just to add to that, we need to push back against this budget bill. It's being sent to the Senate now. And that means it is now or never to call your senators. So use 5calls.org. I know for a fact that there is a script over there that you can use to base your comments to your senators on, but I know that there are some people out there who feel more comfortable if like their senators are Democrats. call whether your senator is a Democrat or a Republican. If you think your Republican senator is not getting enough push on this to oppose the bill, be the push. Get other people to call as well. Now is the time to oppose this. When is the Senate vote? Unknown at this time, because they are going to be doing a line-by-line attempt to rewrite different parts of it, which is good news, by the way. Like, a lot of senators in the Republican Party want to rewrite large portions of the bill that got passed in the House, which does mean that if it isn't outright killed in the House, it will then be bounced back to the House with the changes. So we still have chances before it gets signed into law. Do not be discouraged. If anything, make this part of your daily routine. Make it your daily routine to call your senators right now. And also make sure to incorporate faxes. You can use faxzero.com to fax your senators. I know a lot of senators have like their phone lines clogged or whatever. Still leave a voicemail, but you can also fax them and get a physical sheet of paper into their office for free. You do not need a fax machine when you use faxzero.com. Let me pull it up just to kind of show you guys, because this is not a tool I've seen a lot of people pushing, but it's real useful here. Okay, faxzero.com. Again, you can click fax your senator, and look at that. It has a whole list of different places.
I fax both every day, both about this bill and about the milking bill. It's utterly savage.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate the streaming subsidies you provide. Thank you for supporting the stream. It really does mean the world that you guys support this show. So with that being said, folks, check out faxzero.com, 5calls.org, and let's put as much pressure on them as we can. I know that there are some people who are going to be like, oh, but they won't listen to me. Blah, 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 blah. Do it anyway. Like, I have zero patience for this, like, whining, woe is me mentality. Now's not the time for that. That was a luxury of, like, the Biden age, okay? It's gone now. So, that being said, do the things and do not lose hope. Segment done, baby. We did it. Whew. How we doing, folks? Yeah, exactly. Make the biggest stink you can, because you know what? You know how they say, like, the squeaky wheel gets the grease? Well, we want the complete, like, rebuild of what is happening right now, and fucking be the rustiest goddamn wheel you can be, okay? Don't just squeak, roar. All right? Go, Jack, go, getting the segments done. So proud of you. It's been really hard today. I have been very depressed and sad and angry, and I had to cry a bit, and I took a rage nap. I was so angry. And, you know, I'm glad. I'm glad you guys are pumping me up. I will do those arm. Whew. 1. So did the bill that passed today need to pass the Senate? Yes, the bill that passed today still needs to pass the Senate in order to go to Trump's desk. But if the Senate makes changes to it, which they are certainly going to, it gets kicked back to the House to ratify the changes. Ugh. No, John Bogardus, they voted that bill in the House earlier today. We'll talk about it. How many pounds? That's just like 10 pounds. Yeah, it's not Tia Scoops. It is genuinely an awful situation that we are in. But like, that's why now is the time to double down and to make like calling your senators your daily routine. Okay? They can only afford to lose 3 senators on this vote. And, well, that's a big deal. Okay? They can only afford to lose 3. Or I think 4, maybe. But right now, as far as I understand, Ron Paul is a no. Ron Johnson is a hard no. Might be movable. We'll have to see. Lisa Murkowski is leaning towards no. Right now, they don't have the votes to pass it. Okay. Additionally, we'll talk more about this in a bit, but like, fuck, 3 Democratic members of the House have died so far this year, and the House bill passed by only 1 vote. If those spots had been filled, Dems would have been able to stop the passage of this bill. 2 people were did not vote. 2 Republicans did not vote.
Be the sound of skipping teeth and grinding steel that gives a real mechanic that deep sense of utter horror.
Yep, indeed. Nine-Tailed Witch, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you. 2 Republicans were like not present. I think 1 was asleep. Another one was outside of the chambers. 1 person voted present instead of in favor or against. And they only got that bill passed with 1 vote. 3 Democrats have died, and so there are 3 vacancies among the Democratic ranks. So, like, it is infuriating to a degree. Like, if you've been seeing people talking about, like, age restrictions on Dems, or you've been seeing people talk about, like, hey, you know, maybe if you have a terminal cancer diagnosis, don't run for an office. Like, that's why. That's why. We'll talk more about it, but it's deeply, deeply anger-inducing, to say the least. Da Vinci? Oh wait, is that the next story we're going to talk about? Oh ho ho, dear readers. Oh ho ho, indeed. I actually need to grab my water because I forgot to bring it over here. But when I return, we'll talk about the budget bill. That being said, remember to hit the like button. We've been going for almost 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, getting anything out of this, getting more info, finding it interesting, etc., hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because folks, you guys make this show possible. I do not take, big money sponsorships, except for Big Water. Shout out to Big Water. And also, you know, I don't make that much ad revenue. I'm just a small bean channel. I'm just a little birthday girl channel. Okay, you guys gotta like, comment, and subscribe, and share the stream with all your friends, family, neighbors, cats, fish, etc. And please consider supporting the show. BRB. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Good luck with your surgery, Jeff Curry. Whew. All right. Good night, Profane Priestess. Whew. Took a drink of water too. Excellent, poor Claire. Let's go. Oof. Just the hair. Are the girls girlin'? Unfortunately, viewership really cares if the girls be girlin'. Let's see here. Best sweater ever. Thank you. All right, let's talk about it. It's my I've been dreading talking about this all day. So much of my brain has been dedicated about how to present information on this bill to you all, and it's just it's a lot. I've not had enough water today, so that is very delicious. Ashley, good night to you as well. Get good sleep, and thank you for helping to invent the internet. Appreciate that immensely. We'll get through this together. Yes, we will. The Sherwood Forest vibe. That's why they call me Robin. Longtime lurker here. Just wanted to let you know you are doing necessary and appreciated work, Jack. Thank you, Expeditious Mallard. I really, really appreciate it. You know, you guys have let me know that like one of the things you guys really care about and appreciate is that I like spur you guys to take action. And I've taken that to heart, and I've tried to make that kind of core to what I do, you know? Because genuinely, I don't want any of you to just feel like knowing any of these things is enough. It's not enough to know. It's just not. You know, being an informed voter is one thing, but like we're so far beyond the need to just be an informed voter. We need to be like informed activists. We need to be like, and you know, maybe activist isn't a term you want to apply to yourself, but we need to be informed and active at the very least. You know? I really enjoy how you don't go, we're cooked, and actually encourage people to get politically engaged. And like, the thing is, I might sometimes say we're cooked. But that doesn't mean we have to stay cooked, you know? Okay. Here we go. So, folks, there is a very serious topic that we have to talk about, and it is related to this big, beautiful bill that Donald Trump has been shepherding through Congress. It seeks to cut $880 billion from Medicaid. It's estimated to cut like $500 billion from Medicare. It is one of the biggest pieces of legislation that has ever existed in this country, and it has the potential to create untold amounts of suffering for literally millions of people. People who are retired, people who are young, people who are disabled, people who are gay or trans or minorities, basically anyone who is not in a position of solid power, both economically and politically. You're on the chopping block here. You're going to feel it, right? And it is really bad. The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, estimates that about 14 million people, and again, 14 million of like the poorest people in the country, are going to be thrown off of Medicaid due to the cuts that are coming in this bill. And I have to let you guys know that unfortunately, I think that is likely, given the history of the CBO, a fairly conservative estimate. That's like maybe like a best case scenario from like the effect of this. And that's why we have to fight this, because while the bill has passed in the House, that does not mean it is done. It does not mean it is game over for opposing this bill. What happens now is that it goes to the Senate. And Senate Republicans are not at all unified behind what the House has passed. And we're gonna get into this a little bit more detail. But first, I just want to point out that in the House, this bill passed after like a 24-hour-long marathon session of committees and debate. And one thing I just want to throw out there is that I'm disappointed in Hakeem Jeffries. And I know like that's not a new feeling for me to have. But Hakeem Jeffries, as the like Democratic leader in the House, is able to have an unlimited amount of time during debate to make his comments. He spoke for 37 minutes and threatened to talk for 15 minutes every single time he was interrupted, right? If you have an unlimited amount of time, be an asshole. Speak for like 24 hours. Go like pull a Cory Booker. Be a savvy politician. Delay, and when you stop during a point when there are more Democrats present than Republicans, so that you win the vote. Like, I don't know, play politics a little bit. Be a little bit scummy with process. If you have that ability, use it. And the reason I'm like upset about this is that, ultimately what ended up happening in the House is that it passed by one vote. One vote. Republicans got one more vote on this bill than Democrats. Two Republicans were not present. One voted present, but did not vote yes on it. And 3 seats among the Democratic ranks were empty. Those 3 seats were empty because each person in those seats amongst the Democrats died earlier this year. We're 5 months into the year, folks. 3 Democrats have died in office in the House of Representatives. Most recently, Jerry Connolly, who, mainstream Democrats supported over AOC's challenge to be in charge of like the House Oversight Committee. And I just want to point out there that like at the time, people were doubtful about Jerry Connolly's health because we knew he had cancer. But all these mainstream Democrats consolidated behind Jerry Connolly and said, it's his turn. He's put in his time. He put in his time, guys. It's his turn. Let the birthday boy into the bumper car. And, he was a sprightly and spry 75-year-old with cancer, according to many of the Democrats who consolidated behind him. Pelosi literally whipped votes from a hospital bed for this. Yeah. So one of the things, and we're going to continue talking about the Senate in a minute here, but like one of the things we really need to reckon with on the left and within the Democratic Party are these colossal missteps and blunders that seek to just consolidate power around convenient figures in the Democratic Party, regardless of their actual condition or ability to proceed, right? Like, exactly, Paladin. I was just about to get to that. Like, some of these figures are in some of the most safe Democratic districts in the country. That's why they've been able to hold their position for, 30, 40 years in some cases, right? And Jerry Connolly was one of those guys. And it's just one of those situations where, like, if you know you have cancer and you're like, you should probably, like, let me put it this way. Maybe under normal circumstances, normal times, a member of Congress having cancer is not like a disqualifying thing. I'm just going to throw that out there. It's not necessarily a disqualifying factor. But if you are going into an oncoming fascist regime and you know that you are going to have to fight for the rights of your constituents with literally everything you've got, maybe that's not the time to hold on to your power. If you are also fighting a battle against cancer and age, right? Because that's one of the things. It's not like this was an unknown circumstance in a lot of these cases. If Jerry Connolly, it was assuming, for example, that that Kamala Harris was going to win, and then it turned out, he won his seat, but Donald Trump is in office. Maybe the thing to do would have been to step down, trigger a special election in the district. If that had happened, he would have been replaced by now. We've had multiple special elections already. He could have been replaced by now. Okay? Yeah, the actual quote is exactly that. He is a young 74, cancer notwithstanding. Well, God, it's very, very frustrating. But Jerry Connolly is the most recent one to pass away. We've also got Sylvester Turner, Raul Grijalva, and like those three people, had they still been alive, would have been able to stop this. Okay? Like, it's just, we have to do something about this. And I just, like, we're talking about a bill, guys, that cuts SNAP benefits to an extraordinary degree. We are seeing the greatest reductions in spending in U.S. history, and it is not even close. And what that is going to translate to is more people starving, more people going homeless, more people going into bankruptcy because of medical debt, more people unable to get the medical care that they need. And like, if you think, well, it's America, we wouldn't let people just die of cancer in America. You need to watch a documentary called Southern Comfort. Okay? It's about a trans man in the 90s who was just denied healthcare while suffering from ovarian cancer. Couldn't find anyone to do operations, couldn't find anyone to treat him, and he slowly, agonizingly died. That is something that happens in America. if you are in a vulnerable community. And if you are poor, you are in a vulnerable community. If you are trans, you're in a vulnerable community. If you are, non-white, you're in a vulnerable community. All right? And I need folks to understand that we are in for a world of hurt. We are in for exponentially more pain than any of us have imagined in the modern era. And that is why, now that this is going to the Senate, one of the things you need to incorporate into your daily routine is calling your senators. Call your senator. Call them every day. Use 5calls.org. There is a script to talk about, these Medicaid cuts in particular. Call them. Call them every day. Leave them a voicemail. I don't care if they're not answering the phone. That doesn't matter. Leave them a voicemail with your name, your zip code. Tell them you're a constituent and tell them the issue you're calling about. Be firm, be polite, but also let them know how you feel. Email them every day. Get in their social media comments. Send them faxes. There is a wonderful website that I've been, made familiar with called faxzero.com. And you can send a fax online for free. And it even has every single senator that you can fax in a handy little list here. Okay. Not everyone accepts faxes, unfortunately. However, many of them do. Worth a shot. And it's super easy. Just fill in your sender information, receiver information, and type up your message here. And you can send 5 free faxes every single day. You get 5 free ones every day. Okay? So, fax your senators. What you guys have to do is you have to maximize the amount of pressure these people experience. And I know that it can be a lonely endeavor to call and fax and do all those things, right? I know it can be hard. And I know it can be kind of a grinding process that makes you feel less hopeful. But understand that the name of the game here is acting now with faith that other people are also going to do their part. There are plenty of people just like you who are just as upset as you, and we need to have faith that those other people are doing their part. And we need to reach out to the people we have connections with to get them to do their part too, okay? It is important to work together, but where we are, where the limitations of our personal reach end, that's where our faith in each other needs to begin, okay? And so that is why I'm telling you guys, before we get more into this, you guys need to call, you guys need to fax, you guys need to email, and if you can, you guys need to visit their offices. It's really, really, really important. It's important that they see and hear the human cost, because otherwise they are going to feel secure in their power. And the entire point of increasing the political leverage against them is to make them feel unsure of themselves and insecure in their power. Okay? Can you fax a senator even if it's not in your state? You can, but it's going to be more effective if they represent you. Generally speaking, they are a senator in another state is not going to give that much of a shit if you in another state are unrelated to their political aims. Okay? I only know one other person in my life who isn't a Trump supporter. Then get that other person to call and fax and email as well. Okay? You reach out in your online communities. Get other people to do it as well. That we need it now. Now is the time to do this, not a week from now, not a month from now. They are aiming to get this done by the 4th of July. All right?
Do not give in to the anti-faxers.
Yeah, never give in to an anti-faxer. All right? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and for the laughter. I appreciate it, especially today. They are aiming, according to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, they are aiming to get this done by the 4th of July. We need to apply pressure now, and we need to continue applying pressure every single day until this bill is either defeated, and if we don't defeat it in the Senate, then we need to redouble our efforts in the House. I want you guys, if you are able, if you have the time, if you have the capacity, while you're calling your senators, after you've called them, do the same. Fax, call, and email your House representatives. Because what is going to happen here is the bill is being kicked to the Senate. In the Senate, as it stands now, they do not have the votes to pass this bill. And what is being demanded by the likes of Ron Johnson, Lisa Murkowski, and others are substantial rewrites of different pieces of this big, beautiful bill. It is over 1,000 pages long. Some senators are demanding line-by-line edits together with, like, the Republican, majority. And I want you guys all to understand that that is going to take time. And that is time that we can use to increase pressure on these senators. All right? It's very, very important.
Don't be afraid to social engineer a little bit as well. You can use it as an opportunity to practice regional accents and create character backstories.
True. Have fun with it. Okay? And also, Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. One thing to understand is that when this bill goes to the Senate, which it has, it then means that if they do make changes, that bill then has to be kicked back to the House for the House of Representatives to ratify those changes. And if the House then makes changes, it gets kicked back to the Senate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? What we need to do is increase pressure on both the House and the Senate. The Senate takes priority, but if we can do both, that is the best, okay? Because if they only made it through the House by 1 vote last time, that gives us some wiggle room. That gives us some opportunity to leverage against Republicans who only barely voted for this thing. The coalition that Mike Johnson has put together to pass that bill is fragile as hell. It's very important to understand this. They did not want to vote for this bill, and it was very difficult to get enough of them in line to vote it through. That's why it only won by 1 vote. Okay? Now, that means it's going to be harder to get the House to ratify this bill once the Senate makes changes. So, all is not lost, but it is very, very scary, okay? There are a number of provisions that got added to this bill at the very last minute, and it is, it's terrifying. It is disturbing, right? And one of the things we have to talk about is just, well, the trans stuff, right? So one of the scary pieces of this legislation was that it included language that banned the use of Medicaid for gender affirmation services for anyone under the age of 18. However, one of the last minute changes that made it even scarier is that it removed the under 18 provision, which means Medicaid, this bill would make anyone on it unable to receive gender affirming care, including adults, meaning that the over 150,000 trans people who rely on Medicaid in order to receive their hormone replacement therapy or get their gender affirming surgeries would no longer be able to get those. Okay? That is over 10% of all trans people in the United States. It is real scary. Okay? And one of the additional effects of this language is stripping the classification of gender affirming care as an essential service from the Affordable Care Act, from Obamacare, meaning that in general, the Affordable Care Act no longer mandates that insurance plans cover gender affirming care. Okay? If you look around in this community, you will note that there are many trans people in this community who rely on Medicare for their gender affirming care. There are people in this community whose lives were saved by that gender affirming care. Okay? And so this has a huge impact. When we're talking about like this will kill, when we're talking about how this big beautiful bill will kill people, that's exactly what we're talking about. Trans people who can't get that care often wind up dead. And I do not want to see that happen to any single person in this community. Okay? And if you are receiving, if you are scared or if you are currently covered by Medicaid, one of the things I want to tell you guys is join our Discord. And I would suggest you reach out to Paladin Lost in the Discord for assistance, because we might be able to figure out a way to get you that care. Okay? I can't, as like, the figurehead of this community or whatever you want to say, like I can't fix all of your problems. I do forbid you all from dying though. And I will do what I can. And I know many other people in this community will do what they can to make sure that you are okay. All right? So, that being said, this is one of the most horrific bills of our lifetimes. Okay? It is going to kill people. Now, one thing I do want to point out, and I am not a lawyer, this is not legal advice or anything like that, but from my understanding, I know that there are a lot of people who have their insurance through different state marketplaces that are mandated by the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, right? And one thing to know about those plans, especially if you are trans, is that on the federal level, they can take away the classification of gender affirming care as an essential service. However, on the state level, states can still have their mandates for plans offered through their marketplace to have gender and cover gender affirming care. That is my understanding as of this moment. I might be wrong. But this is one of the reasons why you should look into going to a state with gender affirming care protections, with transgender protections that are explicit on the law books in that state. It is, I think, important to do that because this administration wants to kill us.
What's up, gamers?
Okay. Also, shout out to Conyer. Conyer, thank you very much for the raid, and welcome, raiders. How y'all doing? And Conyer, I hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much. Hello, Cross Crescent Creed. But yeah, if you live, and again, make sure if you're looking at moving from a red state to a blue state, that you are moving to not just a blue state, but a state that has explicit laws on the books protecting trans rights and trans healthcare. Okay? And I know that like that is a difficult ask, but if it comes down to it, if this bill does pass, please consider moving so that you can get the care you need and deserve. Okay? It's really important. Like again, like I'm not being facetious or hyperbolic when I say this administration wants us dead. All right? So I also know, and I can't speak to other states, but I know in Minnesota there are different clinics that are nonprofit, that are open, and that will help trans people regardless of your income status, regardless of your insurance coverage. I know there are places like that here in Minnesota, in the Twin Cities area. There are options for you, and I really want to emphasize this. And I know some folks out there might be wondering, like, why are you spending so much time on this, Jack? And it's because I know how devastating it can feel to not have access to HRT. Okay, I understand that, and I also deeply understand that stripping of care can lead to people making rash decisions with their lives, and I want to keep you guys safe. So please do not despair. There are still options available to you. All right? I've been seeing this sentiment online of despair, of frankly, suicidal sentiments. Don't give in to that shit. You have options. There are people out there who will support you. And I know that this community will be a place that will do its best to support you how it can. So please, no dying. That being said, it is quite frightening. Indivisible, though, had a good thread on this. House Republicans just passed Trump's tax scam, the GOP's Medicaid slashing billionaire enriching bill, mega bill. Also, again, and I haven't talked about it that much because I wanted to focus on other things. Remember that all of this suffering is being done for no reason other than to make the world's richest people a little bit richer. Not even like a lot richer, but just like a little bit richer. It's bizarre. But we're basically doing a sheriff of Nottingham. We're stealing from the poor to give to the rich. Doesn't make sense to me. And I think for most people in America, it doesn't make sense to them either. The bill got even worse overnight, but the most important thing to know right now is this fight isn't over and this bill can still be stopped. Even now, as Speaker Johnson and his pals prematurely pop their champagne, we have two clear paths to killing this bill. One, we can defeat the bill outright in the Senate by pressuring 4 Senate Republicans into abstaining or voting against it. And that is very important.
Sucks. Aaron in the morning has that map.
I mean, correction, being trans is awesome. Being trans is fucking cool as shit and awesome. Being discriminated against sucks.
Don't ever give up your life to the haters. Live to spite them. You breathe, they seethe.
Yep. Dare Dragon Warrior, thank you for the $5 super chat. One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super chat. So we have two pathways, right? Number one, and I guess it's looking pretty small on screen. Let me blow it up for you here. We can defeat the bill outright in the Senate by pressuring your Senate Republicans into abstaining or voting against it. We just need 4. Only 4 members of the Senate in the Republican Party need to vote against it. And right now, we currently have 4 people who are not supportive of this bill. I think we have more than 4, actually. Okay? So that's good. The rewrites might be able to get enough support for this to pass in the Senate. However, those rewrites then present a problem. 2, if the Senate changes even one word of the bill, which they absolutely will, and GOP senators are already pledging major rewrites their House counterparts won't like, it'll go back to the House for another vote, giving us a second chance to block it there. Whether we stop the reconciliation bill in the Senate or in the House, there is no doubt we can still win this fight, but we'll need to ratchet up pressure on Republicans in both chambers right now. Call your GOP senators and tell them to stop the cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and other vital programs. And you can use 5calls.org. That's what I've been telling you guys to use, but you can also use indivisible.org. Here, I'll just drop that link right into chat here. And House Republicans need to hear from us too. If you live in a GOP district, let your representative know that you're angry that they voted to gut vital programs. Yeah, because one of the things they're really banking on, by the way, a lot of these GOP members of the House, they're banking on the fact that nobody will pay attention. Okay? So let's just drop that link as well. Is anybody pledging a gender affirming care rewrite? Unfortunately, none of the Republicans in the Senate that I know of are planning to rewrite the gender affirming care provision, as far as I know. That might be a stipulation that Murkowski might try to push, maybe. But generally, it's not the same link, Malachi. Different links. Generally, what's going to happen here is we need to kill the entire goddamn bill. That's what we need to do. It's kind of like we kill this bill or it kills us. And I'm not being hyperbolic. How do you out-organize Trump trying to chip away at Republicans in the Senate? Trump supporters have reportedly bullied senators and their families to support Trump. You call them. You email them. You fax them. You show up at their offices. You let them know that you're watching. And then you rely on the knowledge that other people are doing the same. You get other people to do the same. You know, make them think twice about what they're doing. Give them 1,000 voicemails. Let 1,000 voice messages bloom. Let there be 10,000 reams of paper faxes filling their offices. Okay? You know, write physical letters to them. When do they vote on it? Again, don't know the exact date. We know that the Senate Majority Leader John Thune is trying to get this done by July 4th. We'll see what winds up happening. But if you are in, and that's exactly right, Gamer G, if you're in Maine, Ohio, North Carolina, Texas, Kansas, Iowa, or Florida, you let them know you're watching. Let them know what you want them to do. I'm just so fucking mad. Same. Okay? Like, I understand you're going to be like, I understand many of you will say, oh, you know, my GOP representative won't care. Like that, yeah, the entire point of calling and faxing and emailing and writing letters and showing up to their offices is to make them care. You know, if not out of like the goodness of their heart, then frankly out of fear for their position. Hi, trans guy in Los Angeles here. I'm looking to find other trans roommates to live with. I'm on Jack's Discord. Hit me up there. Happy to help house people looking to leave red states. That's awesome, Kent Richardson. Thank you very much for putting that out there. I appreciate that. Which Dems went to sleep? None of the Dems went to sleep. A Republican fell asleep in the House vote. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Exactly, depraved ambiance. It's not even necessarily you need to get them to, like, care about you as a person. You need to get them to care about like their own best interest. Me not actually knowing what a representative is. Your representative is in the House of Representatives. So when we talk about the two bodies of Congress, there's the House and then there's the Senate. Senators are in the House, senators are in the Senate, representatives are in the House. There you go. So, also keep in mind when you think about calling and you're like, calling doesn't do anything. Keep in mind that in the world of Congress, 10 phone calls is considered a lot in one day. And, I can't help but look around this community and see that currently, right now, there's how many people watching right now? How many people are watching right at this very moment? Let's see. 285, 385. Around 400 people between all of the different places watching right now. Around 400 people. Well, that's a lot of calls if you guys do your parts. That is a lot of calls. And I want you to do that every goddamn day. Okay? And I want you to get as many people as you can in your friend group, in your family, in your workplace to do the same. That's kind of your homework right now. That is your homework. It is imperative and it is incredibly important to make this happen. All right? And again, going to emphasize, send faxes with faxzero.com. I know I keep talking about it a lot, but it's just a great website that you can use to maximize your impact. If your senator takes faxes, if your representative takes faxes, use up their office supplies. Send them faxes. They'll have a physical thing to hold on to. Some godforsaken intern in their office is going to have to like pick up all the papers coming out of the fax machine. All right, it's gonna be like just fucking a deluge of paper. All right, make it rain, baby. Visora official. Hello. Yes, keep in mind they are legally required to read your messages, to listen to your voicemails, and to tally what you have called and attempted to contact about. Okay? That is what you guys need to do. Do you guys all understand? Do you guys have any questions about what's going on here? Like, we need to stop this thing, not just for like the trans community, but for every single person that relies on food assistance, every single person in this country who relies on Medicare and Medicaid, every single person.
Fax. Cool to send faxes. Jim Water made me do the pun, blame him.
Oh, that dastardly Jim Water. Thank you for the $5 dono, trains and bullshit. And I want to throw this idea out there. I know that there are a lot of people feeling really defeated, really out of it, and there is a very intense impulse within that defeatism to just check out. And my big thing and my big message to you today is don't check out. It's really, really important that we all kind of maintain our loyalty with each other, our bonds together. And again, I talked about this the other day. I'm going to reiterate it. The number one thing you can do to shake off that defeatist attitude is to do something. Sending those emails, writing those letters, putting out those faxes, making those calls, it will help you to feel better. Take a walk, go for a run, You know, smell some flowers, talk with your friends, play a video game, go see a piece of art, you know, watch a movie, do something, but don't wallow in defeatism. Channel that anger and dissatisfaction into action against this regime. All right? Again, if you're looking for additional options of organizing, consider joining DSA. Okay? You have a local DSA, and if you don't, you can make one. And also consider joining your local Democratic Party. And I know that that sounds distasteful for a lot of people in these leftist spaces, but genuinely, if you want to make it better, we need more leftists in the Democratic Party. That is how we take control of the apparatuses. That is how we seize the levers. You know, that's how we seize the means of production in this case. We need to get you in there. And honestly, it's one meeting a goddamn month. And it's mostly the people in your local Democratic Party are going to be older folks who generally want to just give you as much power as they can because they've been doing the same thing for the last 30 years. All right. So join DSA, radicalize your local Dems, get better people into positions of power, and, you know, rise through the ranks so that we can defeat this old guard of 74-year-old Jerry Connollys that have taken a death grip of the Democratic Party and are currently throttling it from the inside. The only way to stop that is by getting inside ourselves, okay? We got to be the surgeons that go in and fix this problem. So, that being said, this big, beautiful Death Star of a bill has thermal exhaust ports. We just need to put in the work to blow the goddamn thing up. So go do it. Go do the work. You will feel better, and we will fucking win. Hope that's a segment. Absolutely. I just pressed the segment button, baby. Oof. I called Rashida Tlaib's office today to thank her and all her staff and told them to keep on fighting. We have your back. Honestly, also, when your senator, when your representative does the right thing, call them and tell them that you liked the thing that they did, because carrots and sticks work for representatives and senators, okay? Does the bill have a name? I don't know the full name of the bill. They just keep calling it the big, beautiful budget bill. It's the 2025 budget. Whew. Gotta do some arm curls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ugh. There we go. Whew. Cheers. Drink some water. It's literally the big, beautiful bill act. God, it's so stupid. Whew, folks, we've been going for 2 hours and 40 minutes. If you have been getting anything out of today's stream, please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and, share the stream around. We even have a little song to let you know what to do. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button. Whew. Any special etiquette to typing out a fax or not? Just how you would write like a letter. Ugh. Yeah, honestly, that's a great piece of advice, Gamer G. When you're talking about Medicaid and this bill, remember to talk about how like Medicaid funds rural hospitals. Without Medicaid, rural hospitals are going to have to close. A lot of these senators that are Republicans come from rural areas or, represent different rural areas. And yeah, maybe reminding them that like a lot of their state relies on Medicaid in order to fund those hospitals, maybe that'll get them to pay attention because, they might think no one's going to notice if the money gets shuffled around, but people are sure as shit going to notice if their local hospital closes. Beloved Senator, it has been so long since we last shared dinner or frolicked in the grass. Vote no on the bill or I'll kick your ass. Indeed. With love, Georgiana. An estimated 740 hospitals will be closed. Yeah, look, in order to make America healthy again, you've got to close hundreds of hospitals. That's how you make people healthier. 100%. Now, folks, if you've been enjoying stream, please consider supporting it with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, you guys make the dream work, and teamwork also makes the dream work, but so do those sweet, sweet dollary dues. So please consider supporting the stream monetarily if you so choose. If you are so inclined, please consider doing so. Because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I could not make it happen without you guys supporting the show. Literally would not be able to. Okay? God. Okay, I think we need a break from some of the doom and gloom. So let's make fun of Ben Shapiro for like a minute or two. Okay? So, folks, there's this guy named Ben Shapiro, and he's, as far as I can tell, some kind of show host. And he's here to announce a new kind of show that he's doing, that where anything goes. He's just a wild and crazy guy, that Ben Shapiro. That thing he's always known for. Not the facts and logic, but instead all of his fun witticisms and crazy attitude. Remember that time he just got so fun and weird about Kamala Harris?
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the...
What if you could have that, but as an entire show instead of a weird 2-second sound clip? Here you go.
This Friday night, Ben After Dark returns.
Why, hello.
And now it's not just a terrible segment, it's a full-blown disaster.
It is great to be here, Ben.
That's right.
Can I just say, it's probably a bad sign when you shit on your own new segment a handful of seconds into your announcement that you're making it into a show that stands on its own. Like, can we just take a minute to just revel in that.
Will chat let me call Donald Trump a diarrhea monster?
I don't see why not. Thank you for the $5 dono, though.
We took a perfectly short, manageable late-night bit, and we turned it into a full-length show.
Was it a good bit, though? Like, you're talking about a late-night bit? Like, you're not a late-night show host. You put out a show on YouTube. It's not... You're not... Like, it's not a late-night bit. You were just, like, talking about it as if this would be something you talk about late at night? I don't understand.
I'm sure it is. Why? Because no one asked us to. And that felt like the right reason. Which makes sense. Now exclusively for Daily Wire.
Okay, so it's a stupid bit. And again, you're portraying it this way. A stupid bit that no one wanted you to do as a full show segment. Daily Wire really is kind of going down the crapper, huh?
Wire Plus members, Ben After Dark delivers more of everything. More uncensored takes.
Oh my God, that's rough.
More cultural chaos. Unvetted questions from celebrities who should know better. And more segments that probably should not exist. I know, we have a professional writing staff. This week, we have...
You do? Again, if you're trying to go for like self-deprecation here, it's not working. You paid people to write this, Ben. You paid people to edit this. What are you doing?
Ask Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee.
Like, again, pro tip. Okay, maybe you guys need to hear this. Self-deprecation is almost never funny. If you make a lot of self-deprecating jokes, stop doing it. Okay? Stop making self-deprecating jokes. Most people don't find them funny, and really most of what self-deprecation does is just confirm your own bias against yourself. Okay? Don't do that. Don't do that. All right? On the other hand, I do encourage Ben Shapiro to continue down this route because honestly, I kind of enjoy him talking about how big a piece of shit his show is. Like I kind of like that. I think that's exactly how he should talk about his show.
Huckabee, if he knows about Bill Belichick's new girlfriend.
And everybody else is glaring at her, not Bill Belichick.
And someone let a mystery guest ask me whatever was on their mind, totally unfiltered. So nothing about the Declaration of Independence or the Territorial Incorporation Doctrine. Oh, and there's a brand new wet-ass P-word. P-word is female genitalia.
I want more content like that, Ben.
And destroys, because it's either this or I start throwing things at my TV. There are 330 million people, and that was the best we came up with. It's the all-new, definitively worse, absolutely more, Ben After Dark. Friday night only at dailywireplus.com, only for members. You're welcome.
Self-deprecation follows classical joke theory. It never works when you actually believe it.
True. However, a lot of people who use self-deprecation as like a comedic bit do genuinely believe it or come to believe it over time. Okay? How dare you? Most Brit humor is self-deprecation? No! Balthazar, thank you for the $5 super chat, though. Also, just, again, I want to play this part again.
It's either this or I start throwing things at my TV. There are 330 million people, and that was the best we came up with. It's the all-new, definitively worse, absolutely more, Ben.
The definitively worse. I mean, I guess it's at least honesty in advertising.
After Dark, Friday night only at dailywireplus.com, only for members. You're welcome.
Man. Ben Shapiro trying to rebrand as like an edgy late night comedian is I don't think this is gonna work. Dude's been flailing in the wind to try and figure out what to do ever since debating college students really fell off as an option for what people want to watch. You know? It's almost like trying to beat up on college students is loser behavior, something only a loser would do. And now he's just kind of, stuck in that. And honestly, no shame towards college students who want to debate, but like if you're media trained and you are prepped on a topic, like, and then you're like trying to debate a bunch of people who aren't media trained and who don't know that much about a topic, like, yeah, it's, I don't know, kind of coward shit, really. Does he use curse words once or twice per show? He probably says the word damn. Maybe oh, chat. I got it. Maybe they call it after dark because instead of saying
wet ass P word is female genitalia.
He just says pussy. Maybe in the after dark segments he'll just say pussy. That's the real selling point. The pussy.
The key to self-deprecating humor is to function from a position of strength. The comedy is the juxtaposition between the person and what's being said. If you're actually shit, it doesn't work, Ben.
No, it's just there is a novelty to Ben Shapiro calling his own stuff shit, Like there's a novelty to it that I just appreciate. It's, it's like, the old saying, in loser veritas. Anyway, I thought it was fun to make fun of Ben Shapiro. And if anything of value comes out of that show or anything worth covering comes out of that, we'll cover it. But I just want you all to know I did go to the YouTube channel and looked at the different Ben After Dark segments, and they all looked boring as hell.
They called it After Dark because Benzel Sharpener After Dark is simultaneously never going to happen, and a bit of a hat on a hat.
We suddenly had a great idea to call it Ben After Dark. And let me tell you, I'm really excited to get the entire Daily Wire staff to finally play Dungeons and Dragons with me. Can you imagine the hellscape that would be like the evil version of Dimension 20? I don't even I'm just gonna do you actually I do not pay for Daily Wire Plus, no. But they do upload Ben After Dark segments onto the YouTube. I think that if we saw like Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, etc. play Dungeons and Dragons together, it might be one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. Like, I think it would be a colossal dumpster fire for so many reasons. Chief among them that like all of them are failed Hollywood screenwriters or something. Like it would be great. It'd be fun. God. Fascism is incompatible with creativity. They would suck. They would suck, but I think that might be funny. Anyway, moving right along. Oh boy. Why are you being woke? You open the chest,
Daily
you find
Wire
a potion
can make
of
a
gender
profit
change.
Again if instead of Ben After Dark it's Ben gets a pie in the face and put on a dunk tank. I'd pay $5 for that. I paid $5 for this. P.S. Vinny says hi.
Oh, I miss Vinny to game. Thank you for the $5 dono, Gamer G. I rolled to explain to the villager that the free market will solve their ogre problem. A villager expresses fear that maybe they won't be able to simply leave. And I say, just sell your house. Now, folks, Oof. We are making progress. I roll it to trigger them. I just want to point out that my sexy elf maiden, clad in the remnant of her long-forgotten civilization, raises her sword. And that sword, of course, is the +5 blade of dragon chaos slaying. And I say, not today. And I roll to attack. You roll a 1. You roll the 1, Jordan. This is why I did not want to play. You see, when you enter a game, it becomes more than a game. It takes on a life of its own. A narrative, you see, is a reflection of the divine, and in that way, my character is truly a reflection of the real Morgoth, destroyer and despoiler of realms. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. All right. Moving right along. I think we have a time for one more segment before I need to take a bathroom break. So let's do this one. We got ourselves a Matt Walsh segment. So, folks, there is this guy.
Kermit voice. I roll for initiative because I have none.
I roll for initiative because I have none. And I must scream. I'm restarting that. Redo. So, folks, there's this guy named Matthew Walsh, and he has some ideas about the proper way to do things and the proper use of natural resources. He's a guy who just really cares passionately about nature, you know? That's why he wears all those flannels and has a big beard and kind of goes for that lumberjack aesthetic. You know, he cares about nature and the sanctity of it, the divine nature of it. And well, he has some thoughts, you see, because a number of gender diverse individuals climbed a portion of Yosemite and dropped they put a trans flag highly visible in Yosemite, and he's real big mad about it. So let's take a look.
Species that can transition. Species that can transition sexes can be found on every continent and in every ocean on planet Earth.
Yes, clownfish have been observed changing sex, but human beings do not change sex.
That's just not true, actually. Like, there are intersex people. And you can say, well, that's a genetic abnormality, but like, it's still true.
That is not a thing that humans have ever done or will ever be able to do. All right, let's put this up on the screen so you can see it. A group of trans...
Dare I say facts don't care about your feelings, Matt?
Trans activists have put up a giant trans flag at Yosemite National Park. Put up the clip 12.
Don't be mean about Matt Walsh's lips. They're trying their best to escape from his face.
So they hung it on the famous El Capitan rock formation, and you can see it here.
I changed sex, Matt, from your mom to your dad last night.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Also, this is badass. Like, I'm sorry, like, hey, Matt, if you want to like go fly, I don't know, like a fucking Nazi flag or something on the Matterhorn, it's not the Matterhorn, whatever it's called, El Capitan. I guess you could climb it and do it, but like you're a coward and kind of a, you know, a dork and a racist who doesn't have the gumption to do something like that. So, you know, like you're not going to.
So now we have this giant, hideous thing defacing God's beautiful creation. Imagine you go to Yosemite National Park all the way out to this rock formation.
Also, just to be 100% clear, Matt Walsh supports defacing God's wonderful creation. Like, if it's to like pump oil or like, I don't know, frack the ground, you know, fracking the $1 billion industry that supports the Daily Wire with donations. Matt Walsh supports that, even though it might destroy the environment. He doesn't care. This is a new thing he's discovered caring about.
Out in the wilderness, away from the hustle and bustle of daily life, away from all the nonsense and the noise. And you arrive there and you look up and you see an enormous trans flag. Even out in the wilderness, you still have LGBT people shoving their nonsense in your face.
Well, I mean, you're more than welcome to climb up there and remove it, Matt. I don't know. They cared enough to scale a mountain and put it up there. Do you not care enough to scale a mountain and take it off? I don't know. It seems kind of like if you genuinely cared about it, you might take down the flag. Nothing's stopping you.
Even out in the woods, you have trans people demanding that you pay attention to them.
Honestly, I would love if you stopped paying attention to us, Matt. Like, I would love it so much. But, like, let's be real clear about one thing. Matt, you're the one who can't stop paying attention to us. We're just minding our own business, existing. You're the one who's made multiple documentaries about us. I'm looking around and I don't think any trans person has made any documentaries about Matt Walsh, though now that I say that out loud, maybe we should. Maybe someone should make a documentary about Matt Walsh. I think that might be a great idea. Did Dead Domain make a documentary about Matt Walsh? Like went and like interviewed people who knew Matt like growing up and like, oh, cool. Good job, Dead Domain. Everyone go check out Dead Domain's documentary. What is a Matt Walsh? Cool. Have you ever seen his student film? No. I didn't know he made one.
This is like a much worse version of what happens if you climb Mount Everest these days.
If Matty Boy ever actually went outside, he would see a blue/white/pink flower combo and cry about it for 2 months.
Also, this is like a much worse version of what happens if you climb Mount Everest these days, which is like, if you climb Mount Everest these days, you walk past so many frozen corpses. It's crazy. They literally have corpse patrols on like Mount Everest to like reclaim bodies that got frozen into the snow and like unthawed. Like, dog, seeing a flag is similar to walking past like a hill of corpses in the snow. Also, when did you climb Mount Everest, Matt? How do you know about what it's like to do that?
As of course I know from extensive experience. But if
of course you don't. Awesome.
you climb Mount Everest, you get up 2/3 of the way, and there's a line. You know, there's like, you came all this way, the highest point on Earth, and there's a freaking line you have to wait in. Soon they're gonna have a visitor center at the top and like a gift shop and a Dairy Queen. So it's depressing, but this is way worse.
I don't know that it's depressing. People still die on the attempt.
So why are they doing this? Well, empty lives, desperate for attention. We know why. But what reason do they give? Here's a guy dressed like a park ranger.
Empty lives desperate for attention? I think there's some projection going on here, Matt.
From somebody's nightmarish acid trip who is going to explain to us why they're doing this. Let's watch.
Some carry hate. We carry the largest trans pride flag to ever be flown in a national park and unfurled
Oh, that's cute.
it on the side of El Cap to prove a point that trans is natural. The Trump administration and transphobes would love to have you believe that being trans is unnatural, but species that can transition sexes can be found on every continent and in every ocean on planet Earth. So call it a protest, call it a celebration. We are bringing elevation to liberation.
I do like that they basically climbed to like a fairly inaccessible point, so good luck trying to take it down, I guess.
To erase us from government websites and education systems and libraries. So we raise this flag higher than ever before so every trans person knows that they have people that love them in their corner. The people united will never be defeated.
I like how the name tag on this guy's wearing says gay.
Well, funny that you mentioned that, Matt, but actually, just take a look here. That's actually not a name tag. That is, in fact, a patch. There is a name tag right below that, actually. Right there. This patch says gay. But I guess you were just too busy, not giving a shit about what you do.
Tag on this guy's wearing says gay, in case you didn't pick up on that.
Also, just throwing this out there are straight men who do drag. Like, I don't know who needs to hear this, but like, some drag performers are straight. Maybe Matt would know that if he ever talked with any of them or knew anyone who does that.
In case you didn't notice.
Sorry.
In case there was any confusion, he's gay.
Fake outdoor fan confirmed.
Just so you know, that's a gay guy.
Hey, Matt, just as an FYI, you know that there are a lot of gay men that look exactly like you do, right? Like you know there's like an entire classification of gay man that looks exactly like you do. Like exactly. I'm just I don't know. I feel like I feel like he's just not aware. I'm bi and could get a job at Daily Wire tomorrow. Paladin, do it. Get a job at the Daily Wire. Be our deep cover operative.
He's gay. Just so you know, that's a gay guy. I mean, you wouldn't have known otherwise.
Matt,
I know when you look at a dude.
Matt, you seem really. I don't know. You seem really into the fact that he's a gay man, or they're a gay person. You know.
Park ranger outfit with a mini skirt, wearing like more makeup than a Republican woman on Fox News. When you see all that, I know you must be. You think to yourself, well, that guy must be straight. That's straight all day. That's straight if I've ever seen it. But no, it turns out he's gay. So I know when you see a dude who it looks like if Kathy Griffin was a character on Yogi Bear, when you see that, you think that's heterosexual.
Yeah, man, everyone gets your Yogi Bear references in 2025.
If I know heterosexual, that's what that is. But
the funniest thing that could possibly happen is that person actually being straight. That would be the funniest possible outcome. I'm not going to check it, but it would be the funniest possible outcome.
But no, he's gay. So, and honestly, all I could think when I watched this is that I hope this guy is not an actual park ranger. I don't think he is, but I don't know. Can you imagine getting lost in the wilderness and you've been lost for 9 days and you're, and then suddenly this guy shows up to rescue you?
I can imagine that. In fact, let's enter the world of imagination here, folks. You've been lost in the woods for 9 days. You are out of food and water. You haven't eaten in 3 days. You are out of potable water. You've actually been, subsisting on a small creek that you've been following in hopes of returning to civilization. You're bedraggled. You're covered with cuts and bruises. You've been lost. You've been thinking you're on the brink of death. You never know if there's like a bear around. You had to hoof it away from a snake. Like it's bad out there. And suddenly another human being comes and is like, hey, I'm here to rescue you. Let's go. I think the normal human reaction to that would be like, oh, thank God. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. Oh my God. Thank you. Yes, Queen. Thank you. Like, you're not going to give a shit if the person who saves you is wearing makeup or not, Matt. God.
Imagine you're huddled around a campfire, and you're starving, and this guy emerges from the darkness. You would assume that you have died and you're going to hell. That's what you
would have assumed you died and are going to heaven. Why would you assume that? In this scenario, do we have to assume you are a moron?
You would assume. That would be your first thought. You would think, okay, this is the demonic entity that has come here to drag me to hell.
I mean, only if you're maybe the dumbest motherfucker alive and can't discern between a human being and a demon.
This is it. This is how it's going to happen. Did you know that over 85%...
I died, and then I was taken to hell by a contestant on RuPaul's Drag Race. Is that what Matt Walsh thinks is what happens when you die and go to hell? Like RuPaul shows up and is just like, come on, bitch, let's go, and then takes you to hell? Like that's what he thinks happens when you die and you're a sinner? I'm genuinely baffled.
Percent of grass-fed beef sold in the U.S. stores is imported. Luckily, Good Ranchers holds themselves to a higher standard. At Good Ranchers...
Can I just throw something out there? Who the fuck buttons up these buttons on their undershirt? Who buttons those? That's not like a look that anyone does. Unbutton those buttons. They're for aesthetic show.
.com products are 100% born.
What are these doing buttoned, man? It's weird.
Raised and harvested right here in the USA from local family farms, so you can rest easy knowing exactly where the meat...
Because Matt Walsh cares about local family farms. That's why he's supporting Republicans who are going to fuck all those farms over.
You're eating comes from due to prices unconsistent. Make right now at Good Ranchers, American. That trans is natural. Now,
it is. Trans people have always existed, Matt.
I've recently addressed this kind of line of argument as it pertains to homosexuality. It's a really bad argument. It's a very dumb argument.
Yeah, you would think that if you have a baby brain, the brain of a baby in the body of a man.
Just because something occurs in nature doesn't mean it's acceptable or moral or okay or normal for us.
Okay, wait. Just because something occurs
in nature doesn't mean it's acceptable or moral or okay.
Okay, so you are willing to acknowledge that it happens in nature. That's actually a huge step forward. Okay, so if it happens in nature, why is it not acceptable or moral or okay? Elaborate on those reasons. I would love to hear them.
Okay, or normal for us to do.
Well, wait a minute. We're not talking about whether it's normal, because any minority in a situation might be considered abnormal because they deviate from the norm. But we're talking about whether it's acceptable, moral, or okay. Normal is a meaningless qualifier here.
Do it as humans. just because a certain behavior can be observed in the ocean, that doesn't mean that we should model ourselves after it. Okay, your role.
Okay, so Jordan Peterson is full of shit for talking about lobsters. Okay, cool.
Model in life should not be an octopus or whatever. If you do something and you know, you can't justify it by saying, hey, what's everyone upset about? Hammerhead sharks do it too. Doesn't.
Well, the it happens in nature argument happens, Matt, because as you know, people argue that being trans is unnatural. So people then make the argument that actually it is natural to be trans. That is a natural state to occupy. It's something that happens in other species. It happens in us as well. And I know that Matt Walsh has specifically said trans people are unnatural and demonic, in fact, you know, so unnatural that we transcend into the supernatural in his mind. He's done it in this conversation even. So like, the reason it would be useful to point out that it's natural is that a lot of people deny that it is a natural behavior.
Don't work. For example, squids are cannibalistic. Is it squids or squid? Is squid the plural of squid? Anyway, so they're cannibals. They eat their own species. And that is acceptable behavior for a squid. But if you get caught at your dining room table chowing down on your neighbor's torso, you're not going to be able to get off the hook by saying, hey, what's the big deal? Squids do it. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Okay, so when a squid is a cannibal, nobody cares. But when I am, everyone's got an issue with it.
You know, that's funny that Matt Walsh mentions that, because one of the big debates, well, I read an article, flag was removed same morning it was put up, not sure if removed by activists or park officials, but said officials ordered it. Okay, interesting. That's too bad. But thank you for the $5 super chat with the update, poor Claire. So Matt Walsh is also complaining about something that was literally undone the same day. Okay, cool. What a crying little bitch boy, you know? Okay, sorry, to back up here. Matt Walsh here is talking about cannibalism, right? And it's interesting that he brings that up. Now, how many of you are familiar with something called the Great Schism? Within like the Christian church. Anyone familiar with this event? It happened about 1,000 years ago. And it is what created the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church. And it caused wars, people have killed and died over it. And basically, it is a disagreement over the nature of the Eucharist. All right? And it is, in fact, the idea here being that Catholics believe in transubstantiation, which is that when you take like the little bread wafer and you drink the wine during communion, that when you do that, a miracle occurs as it goes into your body, and it turns the bread, the communion wafer, into the flesh of Jesus Christ, and the wine into the blood of Jesus Christ. And this is believed by the largest group of Christians on the planet. All right? So, again, you know, like, Matt Walsh can be like, well, cannibalism, no, people would look at you weird if you were doing cannibalism. And it's like, literally, if you're doing communion, like, that's That's literally like they literally think that if you're Catholic. There's like a special exception for it. Generally, it's not quite the same thing, but like, again, they believe it to be in some way a divine form of cannibalism. All right. So I just like want to point that out. And that depending on where you are on the planet, what your religious beliefs
I
are,
hear
what the
the
cultural
apostles
norms
liked
are.
playing euchre, but Jesus was the Eucharist.
Depending on what the cultural norms are, depending on what your religious beliefs are, there have been various cultures at various times that have had differing levels of toleration for cannibalism. It is a thing that has occurred throughout human history. Again, largely agree with his point here that, like, you know, if you were eating the torso of your neighbor and you were caught doing that, you would be arrested, and that's a good thing. I agree with that. But just pointing out that, like, dude's kind of just flapping his gums without really understanding fully what he's talking about here. Eucharist is Catholic splatterpunk horror. Unironically, a lot of aspects of Christianity, when you boil it down, get into really eldritch territory. Go back to his example about starving in the woods. If someone died, would it really be a crime to eat them to save yourself? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, like, there are also extreme circumstances where, like,
to think how easy it would
do
be
what you
to
gotta
create
do.
and staff a government hospital system if the government eliminated student loans, paid med school in exchange for work at one.
Yes. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. I also, we should probably not have private hospitals. Like, that's a conversation for another time, but like, we probably shouldn't have privatized healthcare systems. I'm just throwing that out there. Like, private hospital systems are like a bane on, like, healthcare in rural areas in particular. That being said, let's continue.
You're not going to be able to do that. It's not going to.
Yeah, like, if there's a pair of you isolated in the wilderness, one of you dies, and you need to, like, I don't know, nibble on a few toes, no one's gonna, like, prosecute you for that.
It's not going to be a convincing line of argument. And it especially doesn't work here because, yes, it's true that some species can change their sex. And he puts up on the screen an image of a clownfish as an example of something that can change their sex. And yes, clownfish have been observed changing sex. But human beings do not change sex. That is not a thing that humans have ever done or will ever.
That's not true, actually. Like, there are intersex humans where at different stages in their life, they present differently, hormones hit differently in their bodies, and they exhibit different, like, sexual characteristics. There are people who have lived their entire lives as men and, you know, in their 80s find out that they've always had like a uterus inside of their bodies. Like, when you're looking at human development in utero, we all start out, you know, as female. Like, it is only with, like, the hormone washing in the womb that we wind up becoming, you know, masculine or male, you know? So, like, it is just untrue that, like, human beings through their development, through, like, their lifetime outside of the womb, don't undergo changes that, you know, profoundly affect or outright change the way they present sexually, you know, in physical terms. Like, you can say, the Y chromosome is the only thing. Well, actually, like, there are XX women who can also develop more like male features. Like, it's not like, it turns out biology is complicated. It's not the binary, like easy 1 or 0 answer that Matt Walsh wants it to be.
Never be able to do. Humans are not clownfish. Clownfish also have gills. They can breathe underwater. We can't do that either. You know what's crazy? Our lives actually don't resemble the lives of clownfish at all.
What? Not at all? Then you need to explain Finding Nemo to us. You need to explain Finding Nemo and why that resonated with all of us so much. The story of a clownfish looking for his son. Everyone loved it. It was a great film. Joel Raid? Who rated in YouTube? Welcome, Raiders. Anyway, we're in the middle of a segment. Let's go. Yeah, I'm just going to throw out there that, like, if Matt Walsh thinks that we in no way resemble clownfish, I would refer him to the first part of that animal name and say that he resembles it quite well.
If we were to do Kamala Harris's favorite thing and make a Venn diagram, and we've got humans and clownfish, there's very little that's going to be in that middle little bit. Like, there's not a lot that you're going to find. It's going to be a lot of things. There's not a lot of commonality between humans and clownfish. So, yes, clownfish, and this is one of those things that doesn't really cross over. They do change sex, humans don't. Our whole point about quote-unquote transgenderism isn't exactly that it's unnatural. It's that it's impossible. It's not real. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing in the human species.
Hey, just as an FYI, he's just incorrect on this. Like, again, like all life on Earth that we know of, human beings and clownfish share DNA. Like, we share DNA commonalities with clownfish. The same way we share DNA, some DNA commonalities, not the same ones, obviously, but with, like, bananas. Anywhere between 40 to 60% of the DNA structures in clownfish are also present in human beings. It's just like, again, gotta throw that out there. Just something that vertebrate animals have in common.
Clownfish literally physically change sex, which means that a clownfish with the reproductive capacity of a male can switch and develop the reproductive capacity of a female. This is a survival mechanism in their species. It is not a survival mechanism in ours. Trans people...
Again, that's an arbitrary distinction. There are some trans people who do have that, actually. There are some trans people who have viable, like, semen, that have viable ovaries, like, that, like, viable uteruses. Like, this is, like, a weird distinction to make. Like, you're like, well, it's a real mechanism in clownfish, but it's not a real mechanism in trans people. It's just like, but wait, it is though, in like intersex people. Also, I'm just throwing this out there, but like, literally, I have, after years on hormone therapy, I have developed sexual characteristics of a female. Like, that's part of what being on hormone replacement therapy does. And when, like, a clownfish develops that different capacity that you're talking about, it's done via hormone mechanisms, at least in part. You know, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on clownfish here, but, like, hormones play a role there. And so, like, I don't know, I got these big mommy milkers right here, all right? Like, they exist. They have changed. And, like, to pretend that they haven't that's the weird part. it is weird to pretend as if, like, I don't have the capacities that I do. So it's weird that Matt Walsh would make this argument at all. But again, he's desperate. And remember how, like, he started this by saying, like, oh, well, just because something's natural doesn't make it right.
I really love my beard.
But, like, then why aren't you arguing about the ways in which it is not, like, moral or just or whatever else, whatever the other categories he put out there? Instead, he's arguing on the first one that he said didn't matter. Why aren't you arguing about the parts that matter, Matt? That's weird. Yeah, like, if you're transitioning medically, you are altering your body's sexual characteristics.
People don't do this, even with the help of surgery and drugs and hormones. They still don't do it. There has never...
Oh, okay. Well, then, like, if you take estrogen, Matt, you're not going to develop any sexual characteristics? Then my challenge to you, Matt Walsh, go on HRT and tell me you don't develop any sexual characteristics. You know? Take some of your own medicine there. If it's not changing your sex, Matt, then, like, why not do it? Prove us wrong. Really
We share
shove it in our
genetic
faces.
information with Musa acuminata? That's bananas.
With Musa acuminata? I don't know if you're doing a bit or if that's real, but either way, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. Yeah, around like, there is some degree to which we share DNA with bananas. I'm not sure if it's, like, I'm not sure what the percentage is, though. Oof.
Never been ever in history a male human who developed or in any way obtained the reproductive capabilities of a female human, or vice versa. This has never happened.
It's never happened. Huh. Just real quick. Let's see. Dude. Man admitted to hospital for kidney stone discovers he's a woman. Colorado man who admitted to the hospital for a kidney stone received surprising news when the nurse came back with test results revealing he's actually a woman. Denver photographer Steve Creselius said he felt a little different after all his life. When I was 6 years old, I started having these feminine feelings, but that was in the 60s. Wearing my mom's makeup, I thought it looked pretty. So when he went to the emergency room 5 years ago, he wasn't too shocked when the nurse told him she found traits of both genders in his ultrasound results. He was intersex, meaning he had both male genitalia and internal female sex organs. Huh. Well, okay, but it's never happened. It's never happened. Oh, wait. Chinese man shocked to learn he has ovaries and has been menstruating for 20 years. Huh. Chinese man sought treatment for a recurring urinary problem, was shocked to find out he had ovaries and had been menstruating for 20 years. The 33-year-old man, identified only by a pseudonym, Chen Li, to protect his identity, was initially diagnosed with appendicitis after complaining of abdominal discomfort and blood in his urine, according to the South China Morning Post. Chen's symptoms reportedly started soon after having corrective surgery for his irregular urination during puberty. He continued to experience symptoms for the past 20 years. Despite being treated for appendicitis, Chen's symptoms persisted. It was not until last year that doctors finally found the cause of his symptoms. Chen reportedly had female sex chromosomes. Crazy. So, but it never happens. It never happens. It never, oh wait, Chinese man goes to hospital, finds out he's a woman with ovarian cyst. 66-year-old Chinese man went to the hospital with abdominal swelling, only find out his ailment was actually an ovarian cyst. The elderly patient had been raised a man his whole life. His doctors reported in the June 2013 issue of the Hong Kong Medical Journal, and the full text of the study can be accessed online. Doctors said the discovery was likely made so late because the patient's exceptionally short stature, about 4.5 feet tall, in fact that he had a beard and what appeared to be a micropenis, a term for abnormally small male genitalia, according to the National Institute of Health. No testes could be detected. When pressed by doctors further, the man said his puberty and growth had stopped around age 10, and he had a history of urinary leakage since childhood. A CT scan then revealed the cyst. Doctors then surgically removed the mass, also removed the other discoveries: 2 ovaries, both fallopian tubes, and a uterus, which had atrophied. But, you know, wait a minute, I've been told that never happens. I've been told that never happens. That never happens. Man shocked to discover he has a fully functioning womb. 37-year-old British man known as Rob said he worried about blood in his urine and was possible sign of bladder cancer, went to the doctor seeking medical help. According to a report from the National Post, it was then that his doctor surprised him with the news that he had a fully functioning female reproductive organs. Diagnosed with persistent Mullerian duct syndrome, or PMDS, the Genetics Home Reference describes PMDS as a disorder of sexual development that affects men. Males with this disorder have normal male reproductive organs, though they also have a uterus and fallopian tubes, which are female reproductive organs. The uterus and fallopian tubes are derived from a structure called the Mullerian duct during development of the fetus. The Mullerian duct usually breaks down early during development in males, but it is retained in those with persistent Mullerian duct syndrome. Affected individuals have the normal chromosomes of a male and normal external male genitalia. Huh. I thought this never happened. Weird.
Ever. It happens in clownfish, but not in humans.
Whoopsie.
Now, I'll be the first to say, if that did exist, if there was a male human who said, I'm going to transition into a woman, and now suddenly, through some dark magic, actually has the reproductive capacity of a female, can bear children, then I would say that, yeah, okay, well, that's a trans person. The first one. There it is. That's what that would be. But that doesn't exist. It's not a thing in our species. So that's it.
Whoopsie.
And that's why you can take the trans flag down from the clip.
Hey, just real quick. If Matt shoots blanks, and I have no reason to believe he doesn't, if Matt was infertile, does that make him not a man? Like, say Matt Walsh got into a horrific car accident and a piece of metal just sheared off his penis and just left him smooth like a Ken doll down there. Would that make him not a man anymore? I don't think that would prevent him from being a man. However, by his definition, that would turn him into a woman because he would no longer have that reproductive capacity, right? Just saying, like, this type of definition immediately runs into problems when you start talking about, like, older women or women who, I don't know, are infertile for other reasons. Like it runs into a lot of different problems when you're just saying reproductive capacity. You know? I know a lot of you are saying he's not even a man now, blah, 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 blah. I'm using his own definition, okay?
Lift there and let everybody enjoy God's creation without your incessant whining. That would be.
Dude, the only people doing the incessant whining here are you, bud. Like 80% of your shows are about trans people.
Be good. If you like to see,
like, I don't even talk about trans people as much as Matt Walsh talks about trans people. You know, it's crazy. Wild stuff. Let's see here. It's real quick. Matt Walsh is so goddamn weird. I don't know. To be fair, as far as I can tell, is his definition of a man as something that can open a jar. So I submit that a hammer is a man. Behold a man! We just need to Diogenes this guy, you know? Diogenes Matt Walsh. I call upon you, the trans community.
What's that famous quote? Me thinks the lady doth protest too much.
Indeed, late bloomer. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. And folks, that is a segment done. Matt Walsh, he's a big doo-doo head. End of segment. We're done, baby. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Octopuses can open jars. Are they men? Maybe. I've played Octodad. My answer is yes. Okay, but he really does make opening jars harder. It does. It's true. Could I have links to all 4 of those articles? Absolutely. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. Here you go. Link 1. Some of these articles are fairly old, so like the linking might not look great. But let me grab them for you anyway. There you go. There we go. Folks, if you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because you guys make this show possible, and I could not do it without you fine folks. And I got a little song for you to tell you what to do. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. 4. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. 5. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. 4. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Hell yeah. Whew. Folks, I need to go use the bathroom so bad. We've been going for almost 4 hours. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Consider supporting the show. BRB.
I hereby cast a spell of war to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
Hello, I return. How we doing, folks? Welcome back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good to be back, folks. And let's see. Okay, I'm thinking we get some brain rot in. That's kind of where I'm at in the evening. I think we deserve some brain rot. What kind of brain rot do you guys want? I have religious brain rot, or spiritual brain rot, I guess. I have fascist brain rot. I have well, it's kind of all in a similar vein. How do I distinguish them without giving away the name of the game? We've got spiritual brain rot. We have religious historical brain rot. Can we watch the cult anime? No. I mean, we just did that yesterday. So I'm making a distinction here: spiritual versus religious brain rot versus fascist brain rot. Those are the three I have, okay? So I'm gonna run the poll machine / vote what content. Fascist or spirit or religious. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3 in chat. Fascist, spirit, religious. All right, it's a tie. So now we kick it over to YouTube chat. Okay. What rot question? Wait, that's a Q&A. I don't want to start a Q&A. I want to start a poll. There we go. What rot? Twitch doesn't matter in polls. It does if we have 2 runoffs. Let's see here. Fascist or spirit? There you go. Poll going now in YouTube chat. A lot of you guys voting for fascism. I see how it happened here. We need more votes. We need more votes. I'm going to stop it when we hit 50. This is too tough to decide. A lot of you voting for fascism. It's true. All right. Spirit it is. Here we go. It's true. I don't have the technology to do ranked choice voting. Ask you guys can message support over on riverboat.gg and ask for a way to implement ranked choice voting. All right. You guys have asked. I am, of course, willing to deliver. So, folks, I decided to pose chat a question. What kind of brain rot they would like to embrace as a piece of content? And, well, after some deliberation and some voting, you all chose to learn more about spiritual brain rot. And, of course, there's no better place to turn to for that than the wild world of spirit science. And in particular, spirit science has been doing this deep dive into Christ, and well, let's find out, because we're going to take a look at the erased origins of Christ. So buckle up, buttercups. We're about to learn some deep lore. The Jesus Mysteries.
When exploring the deeper truth behind biblical stories, one often encounters something that disrupts conventional understandings of the Christian faith. Beneath the familiar narrative lies traces of something far more ancient, the echoes of a world that existed before.
Look, they have real footage of the world that existed before. That's real footage of whatever the fuck that is.
Thousands of years before Christianity emerged, the ancient world was already filled with
Can we just like pause for a second and like really take into account that like what if this technology gets like, I don't know, 50% better, like it's gonna cook the brains of so many elderly people. You know, they're gonna be like, look at that. That's actually a photograph of Jesus. We created time machines. I saw it on Facebook. I remember when Jesus did that.
Stories of divine beings who were born of virgins, performed miracles, died for the sins of humanity, and rose again. In other words, Jesus was not the first. Long before the New Testament was written, the Mediterranean was saturated with spiritual traditions known as the mysteries.
Yeah, it is true. Before Jesus Christ, people still had religions. That is true.
These were the dominant religions of their time, and at their heart was a powerful archetype, the dying and resurrecting God. Among the most prominent were Osiris in Egypt, Dionysus in Greece, Mithras in Persia, Attis in Asia Minor, Asclepius in Greece, Tammuz in Mesopotamia.
I'm sorry, like AI is such dog shit.
Attis in Asia.
Like, look at what the fuck is happening in the background here?
Asclepius in.
What the fuck are these things? Birds? Butterflies?
Greece,
what is it?
Tammuz in Mesopotamia, Adonis in Syria, and Serapis in Hellenistic Egypt. For thousands of years, these figures were revered not only as deities, but also as symbols of the human soul's journey through
And of course, the worship of Dr. Manhattan from the hit series Watchmen.
Transformation and enlightenment. But these mysteries were not like mainstream religions are today, because at the heart of these traditions were a culture that offered initiates a direct, personal connection to the divine within them. Now here's what's curious. The stories of these godmen followed strikingly similar patterns. They were
I love learning about godmen.
Often born of virgins, performed miracles, died sacrificial deaths, and were resurrected to offer salvation to their followers. What's more, they were each considered, to their followers, as the Son of God. To these traditions, though, these myths were not meant to be taken as literal history, but as allegories containing profound spiritual teachings. Initiates participated in elaborate ceremonies, including
these were all supposed to be allegorical. Unlike the very real reality of Thoth, the Atlantean, who gave us the emerald tablets that taught us how to astrally project ourselves across the universe and visit alien worlds. That part's not an allegory, that's real.
Including rites of purification, symbolic meals, and dramatic reenactments of the god's death and resurrection. These rituals aimed to lead participants through a transformative experience, offering them spiritual rebirth and a glimpse of immortality. In essence, the wisdom was that by following in the meaningful story of the death and resurrection of their deity, the individual would undergo the same within, the death of their ego and the rebirth into embodying the light of their soul.
Just like Dr. Manhattan from the hit series Watchmen.
One of the most famous examples is the story of Osiris, the Egyptian god who was murdered by his brother Set, dismembered, and then later was put back together and resurrected. Osiris later was killed a second time and became the ruler of the underworld and a symbol for eternal life. His story was enacted in rituals that symbolized the initiate's own death and rebirth. Encoded in the myth was the idea that Osiris being dismembered was a reflection of how each of us have become fragmented from our inner unity. And being remembered was the process of returning to wholeness, literally remembering who we are. After dying the second time, Osiris, while in the underworld, performed a ceremony with Isis, his wife who was still in a physical body, and she conceived their son, Horus.
Yeah, you know, guys, you know how that works. Like, you know, you go visit the tomb of your beloved, and then you have a spiritual sexual intercourse in near the gravesite, and then sometimes you get pregnant and give birth to a child from that spiritual intercourse. That's how it works. Bro, you just have to embrace your light body. It'll be fine. Embrace the non-physical light body of your spiritual existence and fuck me, you know?
This was the first account of the virgin birth in history, thousands of years before Jesus. Similarly, in the Greek mysteries of Dionysus, the god was torn apart and reborn, representing the cyclical nature of life and the potential for spiritual renewal.
My own mind has cursed itself with this, so you can all suffer too. But what if happy spirit science?
It genuinely, like, this would fit right in with happy science, you know? This would just be like, genuinely, I don't think that they would have an issue incorporating him into their ideology.
And in the Persian mysteries of Mithras, initiates underwent a series of trials and symbolic baptisms to cleanse their sins and achieve spiritual enlightenment. This begins to raise some red flags as we consider the revelation of history against what is known of Jesus Christ, as we find consistent matches across the board to his character traits, which seems to suggest that Yeshua's story is not an original one. Jesus' birth was heralded by a star, and later he was—
That's right. You heard it here first, folks. Jesus Christ violated copyright law. All right, hands behind your back, Jesus. We're arresting you and taking you to copyright jail. This is a DMCA claim.
He was known for turning water into wine, healing the sick, and raising the dead. All wonders previously attributed to figures like Dionysus and Asclepius.
Shake my damn head, and he's fucking plagiarizing miracles now. Jesus Christ, the original content thief.
But the similarities don't end there. We might also consider the Last Supper and the pivotal moment where Jesus offers bread and wine as symbols of his body and blood. This practice also echoes the rituals of the mysteries, where participants shared a symbolic meal to commune with the Son of God. In the Eleusinian mysteries of Greece, initiates consumed a potion made of barley and mint, symbolizing the body of the goddess Demeter. And in the Mithraic mysteries, bread and wine were consecrated and consumed in a ritual that closely resembles the Christian Eucharist.
Can I just like point out that like this is essentially numerology but with like religion? You know, like this is just religious numerology. And I mean that in the most denigrating way possible.
We might also here consider baptism, which has its roots in the mysteries. In Christianity, baptism is a rite of purification and initiation, symbolizing the washing away of sins and the beginning of a new spiritual life. In the mysteries of Mithras and the Egyptian mysteries of Isis and Osiris, initiates underwent ritual cleansings with water to prepare for their spiritual journeys. These baptisms often included symbolic elements like the—
Oh, you don't know numerology? Okay, to briefly explain numerology, it's basically just pattern recognition as relates to numbers, but then attributing undue importance to perceived patterns, right? So it's like, yes, there were 12 disciples. 12 divided by 3 is 4. And there were 4,
Why worship the Son of God when you could party it up at the Temple of Helios and worship the God of the Sun?
Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But it's like, yes, and there were 4 subs gifted to Riverboat Jack. And those subs, when you think about it, really, they kind of indicate a type of disciple-like relationship. And so there are also 4 pillars of the earth. And so really, Jesus built his temple on the rock of 4 earth pillars. And as we know, 4 divided by 4 is 1. So really, when you have 4 things, you have 1 thing. And that represents the unity of the entire thing. And as we know, this was all written on page 376 of the Bible. And 376, in turn, when you break that apart, that has a 3 and a 7 and a 6 in it. All numbers represented in various other parts of the Bible on page 607 and 809 and 1201. Okay? And all those numbers, when you add them up, equal 666. That's right, the number of the beast. And that in turn leads you to the conclusion that really the Bible, as it pertains to Jesus Christ, is actually about the devil. Like, it's just nonsense pattern recognition gone awry, and like it doesn't mean anything. But people who believe in numerology place actual significance on those relationships. And if you look at the Monster Energy can, you can see the 3 rips down the front. That symbolizes the Father, the Mother, and the Holy Ghost.
Sprinkling of holy water or full immersion.
By the way, you get this a lot in like evangelical Christian circles. It's a way that they try to justify like the holy nature of like scripture. And like they believe that like numerology really only applies to the Bible. And you can find other people who like do numerology to other things, but like a lot of evangelicals are very into it. You can even see like conservative politicians dabbling in it from time to time.
Representing death and rebirth. Even in the teachings of Jesus, we find parallels. Many of the ideas attributed to him have older origins, stretching back hundreds or even thousands of years. For example, the idea of union with the divine was central to the teachings of Pythagoras and Plato, both initiates of the mysteries. The concept of the Logos was prevalent in Greece for centuries before Christ, particularly in the works of Heraclitus, and later refined by Stoic philosophers. Themes of divine incarnation can also be found in Krishna, in Shaushant, and in Horus. Even the emphasis on an inner kingdom, self-realization, and salvation through knowledge has deep roots in Hermetic and other traditions long predating Christianity. But several major questions arise from this. First, where do all these stories come from? How did Christianity actually come to be?
Man, I remember when the Egyptians summoned the embodiment of the question
Where
mark.
do all these stories come?
I remember that from ancient mythology when they called upon the magic of the question, and the question mark first manifested and made itself known.
Come from?
Is this fucking AI art? Yes. This guy runs a fucking cult. Of course he's using AI art.
How did Christianity actually come to be? And was there even a Jesus at all? Let's start by answering the first question first. It would seem the uniting theme of these stories derived from the ancient world's understanding of the heavens. Long before Christianity, civilizations recognized the sun.
Yeah, this is the spirit science, like, sexual assaulting guy. Yeah.
As the giver of life, the source of warmth, light, and sustenance. As early as 10,000 BC, cultures carved solar symbols into stone, depicting the sun's vital role in their existence. But they did not merely observe the sun. They anthropomorphized it, creating myths that aligned its movements with the human experience of birth, death, and rebirth. The zodiac, one of the oldest conceptual frameworks in human history, provided a celestial backdrop to these myths. As the sun moved throughout the sky over the course of a year, it appeared to pass through 12 constellations. These constellations, known as the zodiac, were seen as cosmic markers of the sun's journey, representing different phases of life, seasonal transitions, and spiritual transformation. The 12 signs became personified as deities, each embodying the qualities of the period in which they ruled. Aquarius, the water bearer, represented the life-giving rains of spring, while Leo, the lion, symbolized the
I
peak
got real excited for a second because I thought he said water bear. And I do like those little guys.
of summer's power. Because the sun was the sustainer of life, it was often depicted as a divine figure, the son of God in many traditions. In Egypt, this figure was Horus, the solar deity who was born of a virgin, marked by a star in the east and followed by 3 kings. His adversary was Set, the personification of night and darkness, whom he vanquished.
Okay, but where does Thoth fit in here?
Each morning, only to be overcome again each evening. This cycle of struggle and rebirth mirrored the movement of the sun, a theme that repeated across numerous traditions. And as we have seen, these mythological structures did not belong to one single culture, as there are many ancient sons of God who shared.
Yeah, except that, like, not all of these religious traditions meant it in the same way at all. Like, again, this is just pattern recognition gone horribly awry.
Characteristics in narrative structures, such as the miraculous births, 12 followers, the performance of great works, and an ultimate resurrection. Each of these figures is an archetype of the sun's cycle, embodying its journey through the zodiac and its annual death and rebirth at the winter solstice.
I don't think that's at all a commonality between those.
Even the narrative of Jesus aligns perfectly with this ancient solar allegory. The star in the east that heralds his birth is
Oh, to be fair, Beefy Mistake, this is not Ryoho Okawa's work. This is not happy science. This is spirit science. Very different thing.
Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, which on December 24th, along with the 3 stars of Orion's belt, known as the 3 kings, point directly to the location of the sunrise on December 25th, the date of Christ's birth. The constellation Virgo, meaning virgin in Latin,
This is unrelated to any of this.
Aligns with this event, reinforcing the allegory of the virgin birth. Bethlehem itself translates to house of bread, a clear reference to Virgo, whose symbol is a maiden holding a sheaf of wheat.
They weren't fucking aware of the Chinese zodiac. That wasn't a concept in their society.
The pattern continues with Christ's death and resurrection. Each year, the sun reaches its lowest point in the sky on December 22nd, appearing motionless for 3 days before beginning its ascent again on December 25th. This death and resurrection of the sun became the foundation for myths of dying and resurrecting gods, reinforcing the idea of spiritual renewal and salvation. The 12 disciples of Christ correspond to the 12 zodiac signs, just as Mithras had 12
No, they don't.
companions, and Horus had 12 followers. Naturally, perceiving this truth calls a great deal into question. Did Jesus exist at all? Or are all of these stories just that? Stories.
I want to know more about the looming question mark that followed Jesus around after being summoned by the Egyptians.
We can see clearly that the ancient people had a deep, universal reverence for the cycles of nature. But if their wisdom is to be considered, that doesn't have to suggest that they are entirely removed from any embodied reality. As the wisdom of the great Hermes Trismegistus writes, "'Tis true without lie."
Whomst among you is saying that this guy wasn't talking enough about Hermes? You fools, you simpletons. He's read the writings of Hermes and Thoth the Atlantean.
Line, certain and most true. That which is below is like that which is above, and that which is above is like that which is below, to do the miracle of one only thing. It can be that a physical Yeshua was incarnated,
Man, I love how that meant nothing whatsoever, but sure, let's keep going with that.
reflecting that which is above, here below on the earth plane. It may also be that some of the stories of other deities were attributed to him, but that doesn't necessarily mean he didn't also do some of, or all of, those things ascribed to him. While challenging these orthodox traditions so heavily will be seen as blasphemy to many, what we may all find is that part of the magic is in the mystery. However, where did Christianity actually come from? In order to answer this question, we have to consider the state of the world 2,000 years ago.
Man, I want to know, are you going to mention Thoth the Atlantean? Please.
But what we find might be shocking to many. So especially with a subject as sensitive as this, please have your own experience, do your own research, and decide for yourself what you choose to believe in.
See, again, this type of thinking, that type of statement is what locks a lot of conservative folks into thinking that they're being free thinkers when they believe shit like this, you know? I did my own research, and this guy seems like he has a lot of really good ideas.
The great city of Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great in the 4th century BC, became one of the most remarkable melting pots of the ancient world.
See, I saw that footage of Dave Franco there in the Roman getup. Seems legit.
Here, the intellectual traditions of Greece, the mystical rites of Egypt, and the religious convictions of Judaism all met in an unparalleled fusion of ideas. Unlike the insular world of Judea, Alexandria was a city where cultures collided, blended, and gave birth to new spiritual movements. The Jewish community in Alexandria was vast. Some scholars estimate that up to half the original population of the city were Jews. Unlike their more conservative brethren in Judea, these Hellenized Jews had abandoned Aramaic and Hebrew in favor of Greek, the universal language of the empire. They lived alongside Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans, rubbing shoulders.
Yeah, we might be getting close to some of the anti-Semitic
My
parts
Evan
of this
consulted
religion.
a psychic for a missing persons case, buys Christian or patriot branded everything, including meal replacement and survival food, makes crypto bets based on prophetic dreams.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Media Breakdown, thank you for the $10 super chat, but also I'm really sorry to hear that you have a family member who is betting on crypto based on spiritual hallucinations. That is, that's really sad.
With philosophy.
Oh, yeah, sorry. For those of you wondering what's anti-Semitic about spirit science, spirit science believes that Jewish people come from Mars and are part of why mankind, is no longer as enlightened as it used to be.
Philosophers, mystics, and initiates of the mysteries. While traditional Jewish laws forbade participation in pagan festivals and rituals, many younger Jews found themselves drawn to the sophisticated world of Hellenistic culture. The city's greatest treasure was its legendary Library of Alexandria, which housed hundreds of thousands of scrolls and sought to collect all the knowledge of the ancient world. Here, scholars studied Plato, Pythagoras, and the Egyptian mysteries, drawing parallels between Greek philosophy and Jewish thought. It was in this setting that the Jewish scriptures were translated into Greek, read allegorically, much like the myths of the mystery traditions. He identified Yahweh with Plato's concept of the One, and equated Moses with Hermes Trismegistus, the legendary founder of Egyptian mysticism. In doing so, he laid the groundwork for a mystical interpretation of Judaism that would influence later Gnostic and Orthodox Christian thought. Yet Philo was not alone. Among the Jews of Alexandria, a new sect was forming, the Therapeutae, a group that lived a monastic life near Lake Mareotis, south of the city. They practiced a form of ascetic Judaism that bore striking similarities to the mystery traditions. Philo himself described them as being initiated into the mysteries of the sanctified life, and compared their spiritual practices to those of the followers of Dionysus. They sought direct experience of the divine, much like—
Yeah, exactly, Rainbow Krampus. Like, there's some elements here where it's like, that's kind of right, and then it gets real fucking weird.
the initiates of the mysteries of Osiris and Eleusis. These Jews, raised in a city saturated with myth, ritual, and philosophy, did not see a sharp divide between Judaism and the religions around them. Some openly rewrote Jewish scripture in the style of Greek plays, like the playwright Ezekiel, who adapted the Exodus story into a Greek tragedy in the style of Euripides. Others claimed that Greek philosophers had borrowed their wisdom from Moses, an effort to elevate Judaism to the intellectual prestige of Greek thought. Among those who sought deeper spiritual knowledge were the Essenes, an ascetic Jewish sect that shared many similarities with both the mystery schools and later Christian movements. While commonly associated with the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Qumran community, some scholars believe the Therapeutae of Alexandria might have been an Essene offshoot, adopting Hellenistic ideas while maintaining their rigorous devotion to purification, prophecy, and communal living. Their emphasis on baptism, angelic visions, and an apocalyptic worldview bears striking resemblance to early Christian themes, suggesting that in Alexandria, Essenes may have been key intermediaries between Jewish mysticism and the broader religious fusion that would shape Christianity.
Okay, but where does Thoth the Atlantean work into all this? Okay, I need more Thoth the Atlantean. We need to know more about Thoth's spaceship that's underneath the Great Pyramids.
It is within this world that Christianity as we know it began to take shape. In Alexandria, the idea of a Jewish mystery religion was not unthinkable, it was inevitable. Here, Judaism was already merging with the mystery traditions, the philosophical allegories of Plato, and the cosmic speculations of Stoicism. For the young Jews of Alexandria, the mysteries were not a foreign concept, but a part of life for them too. As they sought to reconcile their faith with the wisdom of the ages, they laid a foundation for something new. For it was in those early days of Christianity that a form of it existed unlike anything we are familiar with today. That of Gnosticism.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Too hot to toast.
Oh, why didn't I see that coming? Holy shit, yes. Dude has been watching some Dr. Justin Sledge for sure. Also, like, maybe some Alex O'Connor in there as well. Damn. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs and 2 Hoth, 2 Thoth. Fuck, when did this come out? This came out 1 month ago. God. What a ding dong. That wasn't quite the amount of brain rot that I was really hoping for, but it was still funny. Hello. Gnosticism is wildly anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's not great. I do like Esoterica's series on Yahweh. It's real good. Can we watch the fascist brain rot now? Well, first I have to say, segment done. That was just utter and absolute horseshite insanity, and you guys really did like it. So, you know, there you have it. If any of you convert to this religion, I disown you. All right, I disown you. Be gone. But otherwise, you're okay to stay. Let's see here. I disown myself. Yeah. 5 arm curls. Okay. Stitching a patch to my elbow hurt too much? Nani? Also, folks, we've been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, helps out the show, and please consider dropping, the support. You guys make it possible. All right. Can I convert to Marxist Jackism? Of course you can. Allowed, encouraged, someday necessary. JK, JK, JK. One of the people who was just say killed. You don't have to say unalived. Just say like killed. Jesus. One of the people who was killed at the Israeli embassy was once part of the IDF. No one should say he was innocent. Yeah, but that's also like most Israelis. Like I don't know. The same way, like, I don't know, I think the American military is evil generally, but I don't think like you should just kill US soldiers. Like I don't think like if you had a grievance against like the US military, shooting veterans would be okay.
Hermes and Oath in a bar fight. The Oath breaks a chair over Hermes' head saying, "As above, so below." Hermes then smashes a mirror over Oath's head saying, "Know thyself."
Dehydrated water. Why are you talking about your chromosomes? Also, thank you for the $10 dono, One-Eyed Heathen. Yeah, look, just to like talk about the shooting real quick. It's not even going to be a segment. I don't support violence, but that guy was complicit in the genocide. I mean, complicit, sure, but like, so is literally every single US citizen. Every single person in the United States is complicit in the genocide. I don't think you should go and shoot up a mall. Like, we, a democratic republic, are supporting the conditions that allow that to continue. Our tax dollars. You know? You don't like the US military? Yeah, I don't like the US military generally as like a system. I think it does bad things. It has killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in Iraq and Afghanistan. Like that was bad, actually. I don't like the system that made that happen. I think veterans, I have respect for them. I like them. I don't like the system that they worked under. Can you bear a child or have a uterus? What? Like, can we just like take a moment to really like grapple with the fact that like people who want to like project transphobia into the world are really like the weirdest people on the planet? Like, just zero riz whatsoever. Like, it really does kind of go to show, right? Like, they walk up to like a woman in a bar. "So, what are your chromosomes?" Like, what are you doing? Why are you like this? Who hurt you? Did you get like rejected by like a baddie trans girl one time, and like now you're just like off your rocker? Are you Graham Linehan? Jesus. "Tell me about your uterus. Have you ever had an ovarian cyst? When was the last time you menstruated?" Like it, Jesus. Weird as fuck. Also, like, just full transparency, I've never had a DNA test. I have no fucking idea what my chromosomes are. So, like, I don't know. Also, 99% of the time, none of these people who ask questions like that or make confident statements like that have ever taken a DNA test in their lives to figure out what their own chromosomes are. I'm curious, why do you like veterans? Because a lot of them are badass. A lot of them are badass, have done a lot. It's taken a lot from them. I respect that. And like, I don't know. I think it's really gross and stupid and petty to look down on people for like their economic circumstances. And I think that there are a lot of people who do that with veterans. Yeah, I don't know why. We're getting some frame drops on YouTube, but not on Twitch. I don't know why. Sorry, folks. For all we know, you could have chimerism, which is neat. Still has nothing to do with gender expression. Sorry for the creep tonight. That's okay, Media Breakdown. There's usually a few. Yeah, exactly. John Smith, exactly. That's again, Michael Brooks still saying what I struggle to be succinct about sometimes. Be kind to people, ruthless to institutions. 100,000%. That's exactly what I'm trying to convey. I don't like the system of the U.S. military, but I think that there are a lot of good people who get caught up in bad systems. I thought I did my arm curls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof. Yeah, honestly, there are a lot of leftist veterans too. It's an institution that radicalizes a lot of people. Exactly, left foo. I'll just read your comment because I think it's good. You get a lot more support/converts to leftism from within the military after seeing what it's incapable or what it is capable of firsthand. A lot of people in the military don't realize how left-leaning they are until after they're already in, and at that point, they can't just quit. Yeah. I'm on the shrooms. I would never say that. I unfortunately never knew Michael Brooks, but I look up to him to this day, and I try and take a lot of what he talked about to heart. How you feeling? I know tonight's been rough. I'm still feeling real rough, but I think I might wind down stream for the night. But I'm enjoying talking with you folks, so I figure we'll talk for a few more minutes, and then I'll be on my merry way. Also, like, just as an FYI, there are a number of like trans veterans in this community. Like, I don't know. You'll never catch me like shitting on veterans. Why has tonight been rough? The fucking world, the Republicans passed the budget through the House. It's really bad. How are cis folks in the military handling the trans ban? I have no idea. West Side Tyler is a good example of a based leftist veteran. Yeah. I don't know who West Side Tyler is, but okay. Hugs from a leftist veteran here. Hope you feel better. I'll do my best. Doing stuff works, you know. Westside Tyler's a piece of shit. I don't know and I don't care. You're doing yourself a service by not knowing or caring. I find that that is the case in a number of different circumstances with other people on YouTube. Dustin the Damned, thank you for the gifted sub to Lotta Apples. We all love Lotta apples here, don't we, folks? Hell yeah, Plant. That sounds great. Let's see. Again, those of you like explaining who this person is, I guarantee you I'm going to forget in like 5 minutes. My information saturation has reached like 100% today. It's not going to like make it through to my brain. Primary reason I make a point of redeeming the arm curls is to assist in the endorphin production mechanism for your mental health. I appreciate it, and my toned arms appreciate it as well. Got a shout out today? Hell yeah. Did you hear that Piers Morgan changed his mind about the Gaza genocide? Yeah, but I just, again, like, I don't care. Like, I don't think that Piers Morgan, based on what I know of him and his content, actually believes in anything. I don't think he cares, you know? Like, Piers Morgan just says shit. He says whatever is going to get him more attention at the time. You know, if he has genuinely changed his mind on Gaza, that'd be great. But I don't trust that he's not going to say something different tomorrow. You know? Yeah, I've worked with Walsh to like get out votes in different races, and like we've had him on the show before. Talked about like the underutilization of mummies in narrative. Let's see. Love the fit. Thank you, Plant. I just like I want more people to do shit. I want more people to do shit and maybe talk less and do more. Let's see. Oh, we were going to talk about the shooting. Yeah, real quick. It's going to be real bad for us, guys. I'm not going to lie. Like that guy shouting "Free Palestine" has fucked all of us over a lot. Like, so goddamn much. Yo, Salmon Moose, you joined you were founding member of the South Australian Socialists? That's wonderful. And it's just like they're gonna like come for people. Which shooting? I didn't hear about this. Yeah, well, after this text to speech reads, we'll
Why
talk
are there
about it.
Pop-Tarts but not Mom-Tarts? Because of the patriarchy.
I really liked that. I really liked that. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 sub, Sake Tanuki. Yeah, Ace, in Washington, D.C., late last night, a gunman shot two employees at the Israeli embassy coming out of a Jewish history museum. And then as he was being arrested, shouted, "Free, free Palestine." And yeah, they were an engaged couple. They both died. Like, that's really sad. And also, like, it's gonna be blown up in the media. And as far as I can tell, like, this guy seems like he's fucking crazy. Like, I don't think that the motivation. I don't think the motivation is like the anti-genocide movement at all. Like, from what I can tell reading about this guy, he's nuts. And Meaty Breakdown, thank you for the $2 super chat. We all love a Majority Report, it's true. And it's just, it's going to be used to crack down on free speech. It's going to be used to make examples out of people. I'm not going to stop saying it. We're going to continue to advocate against the genocide in Gaza. But, like, it's going to be bad, and it's going to be used to, like, target students that participated in protests. It's going to be used to slander people as anti-Semitic. It's going to be used in a lot of different ways over the next, year or two, or maybe 3. And it's going to be disgusting. Could this be some kind of deflection attempt like the shooter who tried to claim he was trans? Maybe. There are some reports that the shooter belonged to like PSL, like different political groups. I don't know how much of that is verified or not. So like it's frankly, and again, as far as I can tell, like, I don't know how rational this guy was. Is a former PSL member. Like, I think that, like, a lot of the indications are that this guy was not hinged, just in general. And yeah, like, it shouldn't need to be said, but like, this is a community dedicated to nonviolence. Absolutely cannot endorse any kind of like action related to like killing random people. And like, yeah, I know that they worked at like the Israeli embassy, but like that's still not okay. Yeah, I know PSL is kind of culty and sus. That's why I don't advocate for you to join PSL. Murdering strangers is not going to start a revolution. You are just going to jail and probably hurt the cause you think you're helping. 1000%. 1000%. If you're just like murdering random people, that's just going to backfire and hurt the cause you are presumably trying to help. If you're actually trying to help at all. Don't do that shit. The crackdown has always been inevitable. They were already doing it, and if somebody didn't go crazy, they would just make a story up. I mean, I don't know that they would. I think they'd blow up an existing story, but what they've been doing with the existing stories, they're all so flimsy that like it hasn't really stuck. This one might. This one might. it's good to wait for the facts to come out, but with this administration, check the sources. Oh, 1000%. They released like a COVID report today that is like 69 pages long. Nice. And, you know, I can't prove it, but it really seems to me to be AI generated. Like, they just don't give a shit. You know, they just don't give a shit about what they put out anymore. You know? I don't even know if I can call this good news, but apparently some aid trucks have been allowed into Gaza. Last I heard is like 90, which is like that's good, but it's just not it's not nearly enough. They need literally hundreds per day to be going in, and I don't know if that's going to happen. Are they actually carrying aid? Some of them, but again, like the estimated number of trucks needed to actually sustain the population is like 500 to 600 per day. No, the number is not 9, it's 90. And that's backed up by the UN. 90 trucks carrying flour, baby supplements, and other food went in today. But again, the UN is also like that is not enough to actually like provide anywhere near enough food to sustain the number of people who are on death's doorstep. According to an Israeli agency handling the passage of aid into Gaza, which again, grain of salt, 5 trucks entered on Monday, 93 entered on Tuesday, and another 100 entered on Wednesday. But the head of the UN Children's Fund says like they're not seeing enough of it actually reach children. So it's, you know, it's nowhere near enough is really the bottom line. Some of the other Amber Brains, like it's so hard to know what is going on in there because some of the other sources I've been seeing is like some bakeries have resumed activities in Gaza, but like it's I don't know. According to Kamel Azur, the owner of the Azur bakeries in Gaza, said some of the flour would be distributed to bakeries in the south to start working immediately. So, like, something got in substantial enough to, like, disperse to multiple bakeries. How do you do anything without collapsing when you're hungry, though? Well, your body starts eating itself, so you just keep going until there's nothing else for it to eat. Then your organs shut down. So only my second time here, and I absolutely love Jack and the chat. You're very welcome. Read Narf P or R Indar. I don't know how to pronounce your username. I'm really sorry. I'm just gonna say R, if that's okay. It's become my favorite late night wind down show. Awesome. That makes me really happy. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the show. Will DSA be targeted because of the shooting? Genuinely, I have no idea what this administration is going to do. I would suspect that anyone who has participated in public protest that they can pin down, like student protesters in particular, would be targeted. I think it will likely be like a recurring reason to slander different groups and color them as anti-Semitic. I think that's going to be like the wider reaching effect. Yeah. Stream has grown so much in the last year and a half. It's true. It has. Also, like it's been really cool to see, you know? It's nice that like I feel like it's grown in part because one of the things we do here is just talk about what people can do and how we can engage ourselves within our democratic processes in order to actually do things. And like, I gotta be honest, a lot of other content creators that I've watched in the past focused on education, and education is really, really good, and I'm not knocking that. But like, I really want to focus on doing. Like, that's like the second component. And I think a lot of people, when we do talk about different issues, not enough talk is done about how people can engage. You know, what mechanisms are available? What does it look like to get involved? You know, what is door knocking like? What are phone banking options that are available? You know, like that's important because I think a lot of people are willing to do those things. They just don't know it's really an option. And it seems complicated and scary, and it's not, you know? I don't know if I ever said anything, but I originally found the stream through Mike from the Humanist Report. I love Mike. I need to finish reading his goddamn book so I can have him on to talk about it. I've been really enjoying it. It's about the emergence of like the LGBTQ movement in like the Middle East. It's fascinating stuff. All right. I am going to go maybe play a game or something. I don't know. I took like a 4-hour long rage nap because I was just really overwhelmed with emotions, and so my sleep schedule's a bit off. But I'm gonna go because we've been going for about 5 hours. Support the show, share it around. You know, don't lose hope. That's maybe one of the most important things. Focus on what you can do. Call your senators. Call your representatives. Tell them you know what's in this bill that is being pushed, this big, beautiful budget bill that they want to slap all of us with. Call them, fax them. You can use fax0.com to send free faxes without a fax machine. Call them, fax them, email, visit physically if you can. Do the things because we have to. Frankly, we have to. So, that being said, I will see you all tomorrow. I'm going to link those things in chat real quick just so you all have them handy. You all can do them easily. Hold on to these links, bookmark them. Here is factszero.com. Boop. 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 There you go, factszero.com. Oh, I don't have 5 calls. Here, let's 5calls.org. There we go. Here is 5calls.org. The website has different speeches, or not speeches, scripts you can read from or base your comments on, but that should make it really easy to call your representatives, call your senators, and do the things you need to do. Those are the 2 main things you need to do. Put as much pressure on those people as possible to reject this budget bill. And that goes double if you are in a state with a conservative senator. All right? All right? That's what you got to do. Everyone understand? You guys know? You understand what the deal is? Awesome. Cool. And yeah, look, it's going to feel like they aren't listening to you, but remember, they are legally required to listen to your voicemails. They are legally required to tally up what their constituents are calling about. And I guarantee you, again, 10 people calling an office of a congressperson is considered a lot. So help make sure they get at least 10 calls per day. And honestly, we should be making sure they get thousands of calls per day. Okay? And again, when you fax them, they get a physical piece of paper in their office, and that's just kind of extra rewarding in my mind. With that, I will see you all tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll do the brain rot we didn't cover today. How about that? With that, good night, you wonderful scallywags, and get good sleep, eat well, drink lots of water. See you tomorrow. Bye.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields the bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.